everyone. I'm not sure if you guys can hear me. Let me. It's Rosie. I just wanted to tell you guys that we went straight into a sidebar, so I'm not sure what's going on, and I'm not sure how today's going to work because I know that they have an outing. So we're just waiting to see how this actually goes. So thank you so much for your patience. Sorry about the sidebar. We have no control over that. And good morning, everyone. Let me know if you can hear me and if this sounds okay. Thank you for joining. Yeah, yeah, Denise, they are. So I'm not sure how it's gonna work um, with live streaming and stuff, but they are there. I did hear them come in and say that they're gonna go straight into their sidebar. So I don't know. I have no idea how this will work, but we're here in case. You're not gonna miss anything. I hope you're all good. Thank you for joining again. I see movement.
All rise. Jurors entry.
Hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham and Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. So what I want to do is first I'm going to ask you those questions, make sure everybody was able to follow my instructions, and then I'm going to discuss a little bit about what we're going to do today in our schedule. So first off, the first question is, any member of the jury read, seen, or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? All right. Next question is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case? Anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right. So again, thank you for following those instructions. And so what I want to do is just talk a little bit about the next part of the trial, which is the view. You hear people talk about it. Now, I already kind of blew my cover when I said I couldn't control the weather. I would have taken credit for the fact that it's a beautiful day today, but I already told you I couldn't control that. So, but a view. So let me explain kind of what a view is, give you this very brief instruction in regards to that. Members, the jury, you're about to visit and go by a number of places that you've heard testimony about during the trial. And the terminology we use for that, as I've said, is a view. Now, the purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence that you've heard and will hear during the trial, and to help you appreciate the location, the surroundings about these different areas. All right, now, the view that you're going to take is part of the case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used by you and considered by you in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. So you can consider what you're about to see during the course of the view. The places that we're going to go to in this case, we're going to drive to the CVS that was described. We're not going to get out, but we're going to see where that is. Then we're going to drive by that restaurant, 3V, I think it's called, in Plymouth. So we're going to drive there. Then we're going to go back to the home, which is at 47 Summer Street. And you'll have an opportunity to go inside the house. You'll go in there with the court officers, the lawyers, myself. And because we've got a large jury here, what we're probably going to do is break it up into maybe 3 groups of 6. All right. So we'll take 6 and we'll all go down. We'll look at different areas. The attorneys will point out certain things they may want you to take note of. But you can look at everything as far as just view it. When you're in there, you're not to do any independent research. You're not to kind of open up drawers or open up doors or anything like that. So the attorneys will give you an opportunity. We'll give you an opportunity to just kind of look around and view that. And so after that, you're not to return to the scene. In other words, after you do this, you're not to go back if you have these unanswered questions or anything like that. You're not to go back. This is your chance to see these areas in this residence. All right. Like I said, you can consider what you're about to see as part of the evidence in the case. Now, during the trip to and back from these places, you're not to discuss the case or anything about it amongst yourselves or with anyone. When you're coming back, you're not to discuss on the bus, hey, we saw that, or did you see this, things like that. That's, as they say, that's verboten. All right, you can't talk about that on the way to and from. And so, as I indicated, you're going to be under the supervision of the court officers. I'd ask you to follow their instructions carefully. They're very experienced in doing these, and so they'll help you kind of go through this and set up, break up into those groups. And so, just so you know, the one group of 6 will go into the house, the others will stay on the bus. Okay, and when you're on the bus, you're not to discuss the case either. Geez, I can't wait to see this or that. None of that. All right. It's probably pretty obvious, but I just kind of have to kind of go through those instructions with you. And so what we're going to do now, I'm going to excuse you so you can kind of get yourselves together. We'll bring you back down on the bus. Myself, the attorneys will join you there, and then I think we're going to go first to the CVS in that restaurant first, and then second we'll go to that address in Duxbury. All right. Okay. Thank you. Oh, geez, I got ahead of myself. I'm told we have to swear in the court officers, so I apologize.
Will the court officers please come forward and raise their right hand? Do each of you solemnly swear that you will take this jury upon the premises in question and then suffer them to view the same or any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issue in this trial, as they shall think necessary, that you will not permit the parties to enter into debate within the hearing of the jury, nor any present to speak to them, unless it be Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague or Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham on part of the Commonwealth and Attorney Kevin Reddington on part of the defendant. And they only to point out such places and things that they deem expedient for the determination of the issues, and that you will keep this jury together until they shall return to the court unless the court shall otherwise order. So help you God.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we can take them. Thank you.
All right, please. Sir, please.
Counsel, anything we need to address before
No,
the
Your
view?
Honor.
All right, Counsel, so we'll be in recess at this time to resume. As soon as we come back from the view, we'll resume the trial. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Court's in recess, please exit the courtroom.
so it seems like they're going to be out for a while. I'm not sure how long this will take. Let me try and find out how long this generally takes, and then I will get back to you guys. But in the meantime, sorry, give me 1 second.
Said, where are the kids?
And what was her response?
She said they're in the basement. I saw Cora.
And how did she look?
She had a band around her neck.
Patrick Clancy had a wife and 3 young children, but on January 24th, 2023, that ended when his wife, Lindsay, strangled their 3 children to death with exercise bands. Prosecutors say it was a carefully planned mass murder followed by a fake suicide attempt. Lindsay admits to killing her children, but claims it was mental illness and the voice she heard that is to blame. And she believes she's not criminally responsible.
She was going on Zoloft and that she had already been to Tufts, or was it Tufts that she got the script from?
Correct.
Okay. She told you that, right?
Yeah.
She didn't hide that from you, right?
No.
And Patrick Clancy agrees that his now ex-wife is not criminally responsible. And now the jury's listening to all the evidence of what happened inside that home on the day of the killings and what was happening in the days, weeks, and months before, as they have to decide whether or not Lindsay Clancy is a cold-blooded child murderer. Who is to blame for the killing of these 3 young innocent children? Is it Lindsay Clancy? Is it the treating doctors, the nurses? Is it the medications that she was given? This is what the jury has to figure out. This is what the case is all about. But as we go through the evidence, we'll take you to the crime scene. We'll show you Patrick Clancy in the moments before his life completely changes. What does all of this prove? I'm Vinny Politan. Let's investigate.
Hey everyone. Okay, so I'm going to leave Vinny on while I also go and investigate how long I think this outing is going to be, and then we will see how we're going to proceed from there. But thank you so much for joining and being here. It's a little bit of a different day in terms of the proceedings because they're going out on their bus, but I also don't want you guys to miss anything from when they get back. So what we might do is just, go through some of the background stuff while we wait to see how long they're going to be. They did say that they will be ending the day the usual time, so that's between 3 and 4 p.m. local time. That is quite a while to wait, but I don't think they're going to be out for all of that. So please just bear with me while I get back to you on all of that. But in the meantime, you get to enjoy more of Vinny. So, one moment.
It's hard for me each time I cover this story to not think about Patrick Clancy, and obviously an important witness and everything, but he's in the middle of all of this. And the emotional toll that all of this has taken on him and his life, because he's a survivor. Like, the children are gone. The children are gone. Lindsay Clancy, she's in a wheelchair. She'll either be institutionalized for some time or put in prison for the rest of her life. Patrick Clancy has to continue to live, and how he's able to overcome all this. And now he's at this point in this trial where he's in the middle of it and he has to testify. And his testimony is so important for both sides here. For prosecutors, he's describing what happened that day. He's telling the jury what he saw, what he did, why he did it, what he observed. laying out firsthand account by the person most impacted by what Lindsay Clancy did, other than the 3 children, obviously. Now, his kids are gone. They're dead. Brutal, brutal killings. And now he's got to describe it and tell the jury about it. But prosecutors need that evidence. They need that testimony to prove their case against Lindsay. Meanwhile, for Lindsay Clancy, he's an important witness because he's the one who described her illness. He's the one taking the jury on this journey that they were on together, where they're going from doctor to doctor, medication to medication, racing thoughts, everything that that was going on inside this home over the course of days, weeks, and months prior to the day when the 3 children were killed. And one part of this, and the defense pointing the finger, obviously, at the mental illness itself, pointing the finger at the treating physicians for not recognizing what is actually wrong with her and not being able to treat it properly. But they're also pointing at a mountain of meds. And for Patrick Clancy, he knows firsthand what is in his home. And I want to show you a piece of his cross-examination because I think it's that important. And it's a dramatic moment in the courtroom where Kevin Reddington, his attorney, brings a drawer from the nightstand next to the witness stand and then goes through the contents of it with Patrick Clancy. Let's take a look at that moment from inside the courtroom.
Now, when I met with you in the house, long after the state police had gone and finished their search, you recall that we went up to the bedroom and I removed this from the nightstand right next to the bed.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that is? What is this? Is it a drawer, obviously?
That's the drawer that goes into the nightstand.
And inside the drawer, sir, do you recall that there were a number of items that I see President Lindsay Clancy prescribed on January 5, 23. Creatinine, January. Creatinine, 100 milligrams, prescribed for Lindsay Clancy, December 21st. Lorazepam, you're all empty too, right?
Yep.
Because these are what she shot down with that lemonade or water or whatever was in the cup that she ground up these pills, right? Lamotrigine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, December 16th, 22. Mirtazapine, prescribed to Lindsay Clancy, January 23. Those are in this drawer, and they were all empty, right?
Right.
You observed that, right? There's something else that was in the drawer. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's her Apple Watch.
Her Apple Watch. This is the Apple Watch that apparently the police used to go up the stairs, downstairs, heart rate, things of that nature, right?
Yep.
They never even seized it, did they? They left it in the drawer, right?
Apparently.
So,
Okay, two big points. The sheer number of medications that she's on, and he's calling out the prescription dates, and they're all very close in time to when all this happened. They're also talking about it being empty and the ground up remnants that were found on the nightstand, connected to perhaps the attempt to take her own life. So you put these two together, this mountain of meds all of a sudden becomes powerful evidence for the defense about what was going on with Lindsay Clancy. I want to make sure you saw that moment. I mean, Kevin Reddington taking control of the courtroom, right? Very powerful voice and advocate. But as he's placing these meds up there, he's not just asking questions. He's basically testifying as well in front of this jury. All right. Something else I want to show you, and this is significant as well. Brian Josephine from the Duxbury Police Department, one of the first responding or the first responding officer to the scene, describing what he saw as he's responding to that 911 call. Now, we didn't get to hear the 911 call. The jury did. So they kind of understand part of his testimony, what he's describing. But for us and for you, it'll be the first time to really understand what was going on with Patrick Clancy in those moments as he's discovering his dead children in the home. Let's take a look.
And do you recall what Patrick Clancy was doing when you first saw him?
he was standing over Lindsay at that point. It appeared that he was trying to communicate with her. I observed him with a cell phone. It was kind of down by his side, so I don't know if they were talking or what, but it was probably a split second, and then he turned to my location, saw me because I was illuminating the yard with my flashlight, and then that's when me and him crossed paths.
Okay. And so you said you saw him with his cell phone by his side. Was it in his hand by his side?
Yes, I believe it was in his left hand.
Okay. And you say you crossed paths with him. Approximately where did you cross paths with him?
It was probably right by the bulkhead, I would say.
And so in the photograph to the right of the deck is the bulkhead, is that correct?
That is correct.
And where was he headed?
He was heading, I believe, up towards the deck. Yeah, obviously I didn't know it at that time, but he was just walking past me pretty fast in an abrupt manner. So.
And did he say anything to you as he passed?
No, he did not.
And after you crossed paths with Patrick, where did you go?
I went to the female party.
And did you speak to her?
I attempted to.
And what did you say?
I just was trying to get basic information, where she was hurt, where she needed attention, anything I could do to kind of help her until fire arrived.
And did she respond to your questions?
She mumbled, and it wasn't a definitive answer.
Did you observe any injuries?
Yes, she was laying on the ground. There was cuts to her right wrist, I believe, and to the right side of her neck.
And were those cuts actively bleeding at that time?
They were bleeding, but not profusely.
Did you, are you trained in first aid?
Yes.
Did you feel the need to put pressure on those wounds immediately?
No, we also carry medical equipment such as tourniquet, gauze, stuff like that. And I believe due to the circumstances that I didn't need to utilize those tools.
And the tourniquet that you carry, is that in case someone has some type of cut where an artery has been damaged or cut?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you're trained to recognize when it's something serious like an artery spraying blood everywhere versus a cut that doesn't need a tourniquet?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And you didn't see the need for a tourniquet?
I did not know.
And based on your training in first aid and as a police officer, as a first responder, did those wounds appear life-threatening?
No, they did not.
Did other emergency personnel?
Hey everyone, thanks so much for joining. So I decided that I am gonna continue this video from Vinny, and then afterwards I'm gonna end the stream, but I will keep an eye and be able to start straight away as soon as they're back from their outing. It's just, it looks like it's probably gonna be quite a long day out. They've got a few places to go to, and they're only getting out of the bus in some places 6 jurors at a time. So I think it would probably be better if I just kept an eye and came back as soon as they are live again and their testimony resumes. I am going to finish out this video from Vinny though. It is very interesting. He's touching on a lot of what we saw yesterday. And if you haven't seen our coverage of this case to date, this is probably a good opportunity to go and have a look at day 1, day 2, and day 3, and then you will be fully caught up by the time we continue with day 4. So thank you so much for joining. Please remember to like and subscribe. Apologies for the roadblock in the coverage, but we can't control that. And I hope that everyone has a beautiful day further, and we will finish out with Vinny's episode. Thanks everyone.
From the fire department begin to arrive?
Yes, so I would say I tried to talk to Ms. Clancy for probably 30 seconds to a minute, and at that point, coming from that opposite side of the house, I observed Duxbury Fire personnel show up, and our protocol is to kind of turn the medical over to them because they're more highly trained than we are.
Okay. And at some point in time, do you hear something?
Yes.
What do you hear?
Myself and Officer Hall. We're standing by that window and we just started hearing loud screams.
And what did you do when you heard those loud screams?
we immediately were trying to figure out where they were coming from. I'm not sure if dispatch or something came over the air and said something about the basement, but we both just started making our way back towards the deck part of the house.
Did you go in through the sliding glass doors?
Yes, we went up the deck and through the sliding glass doors into the kitchen.
And did you then head to the basement?
Yes.
Okay. And could you hear any sounds coming from the basement as you entered the kitchen?
Yes, it was the exact screaming that I heard from the window.
And did you go down the stairs to the basement?
Yes, we did.
And did you see anything as you went down the stair after you went down the stairs?
So we went down the stairs, and there was a picture at the bottom of the stairs, I believe, of Lindsay and Patrick. And the basement splits off into two, a right and a left area. And the screams were coming from the right area. So that's where we directed our attention to first.
Okay. And did you see Patrick?
Yes, that right side opens up, and it's like 2 rooms, I believe. So we went into the first room, which was kind of dark, and there was some clutter and stuff around, and Patrick was in that back room at the time.
So showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 92. Is that the doorway into that bathroom?
Yes, it is.
And then Exhibit 93, is that the inside of that bathroom?
Yes, it is.
And do you recall what, if anything, Patrick was saying as you encountered him?
Upon his observation of us, myself and Officer Hall, he proceeded to head in our direction, leaving that room. And at that point, he looked up and he screamed, "She killed the."
And after he said that, where did you go?
That's really crazy. I mean, that kind of just gives you an idea of Patrick's feelings in that moment. I mean, it's sort of tragic, but to hear his reaction like that, obviously his reaction was devastated and devastating, but to hear what was actually said, it just makes it feel so much more real. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think while we're ending off with this. But this case, I have to say, just from my perspective, it's really it's tripped me up a little bit because I changed my mind on it a lot. So I'm looking forward to hearing what you guys think. You know, are you more aligned with the state or the defense? Because I have to say, the more I listen to it, the more I kind of I can understand both, and I just don't know. I don't know what I think. I keep saying I need to see more. So I'd love to know what you guys think. If you want to type in chat or leave a comment as we're closing out with this video.
Once he cleared himself from the door frame, we were able to look inside the room where we observed what appeared to be a child laying motionless on the floor.
And did you later learn his name was Dawson Clancy?
Yes, I did.
And how was he positioned?
He was laying on his back, kind of close to the gym bag for reference of that.
Showing you Exhibit 93 again, you referenced the gym bag. Is that the bag to the left of the pack, the child's toy?
Yes.
And so you're saying that he was in that area when you first saw him?
Yes, he was.
And do you recall whether he was on his back or his stomach or something else?
He was on his back.
And do you recall his physical appearance?
Like I said, he was laying on his back. His head was tilted to the right-hand side. Looked at him kind of in the face area once we got closer, and his face was white, gray, lips were blue, eyes were bloodshot. Looked like blood vessels were popped in his eyes.
Did you notice any injuries to his neck?
Seeing that, my first instinct was to kind of grab his head and tilt it to the side, see if I can get a pulse. But I mean, based on my training experience from previous incidents, I knew it wasn't going to be good. So I moved the head. That's where I observed some red marks on that right-hand side.
Of the neck?
Yes.
And in that exhibit, 94, there was a yellow exercise band, correct?
Yes.
I believe in prior testimony, you may have called it a blue exercise band. Is that correct?
Yes.
But it's clearly yellow in the photo, right?
Yes, it's clearly yellow. I mean, there was...
That's the color of the exercise band.
Okay. Right, good.
So what was your focus at the time?
the child.
And once you saw him there with these injuries, what did you do?
Based on my observations, I knew there wasn't really much I could do. So I picked the child up, went chest to chest, and as I did that, it was kind of like a mucus or a foam that leaked out of his mouth onto me. I grabbed him, went back towards the way we came down into the basement, and headed up to the stairs where Sergeant Homestead was coming down the stairs, and I started yelling to him to get out of the way. Went back up the stairs and then into the kitchen directly adjacent to the stairs. There's the front foyer, like hallway, and I went out the main door into the driveway.
And was there an ambulance in the driveway at that time?
Yes, the ambulance was backing up and had pretty much just parked, and one of the fire was walking around to the stretcher out back. So I rushed over with Dawson and I put him on the stretcher, and that's when Sergeant Homestead and fire personnel started working further on him.
What did you do next?
I went back into the house.
And why did you go back into the house?
I remember hearing something about kids and multiple, and I just went back.
And when you went back to the house, did you go to the basement?
Yes, I went back in that front door, back down to the basement, and this time I went to the left-hand side.
And when you went to the left-hand side of the basement, what did you see?
Pretty much directly in my sight was an older female laying on the ground, and then in the corner there was like a younger baby.
And when you say an older female, you're referring to that she was older than Dawson?
That's correct.
And did you later learn her name was Cora Clancy?
I did.
And did you assist in treating her?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
So when I got down to the basement, 2 fire personnel were already on scene. One was working on the baby and one was working on Cora. Communicated with them. We worked together and I took over doing chest compressions of Cora.
And were you able to see any injuries on Cora at that time?
Yes. She had kind of the same injuries that I explained with Dawson. The pale tint, bluish lips, bloodshot eyes, blood vessels popped. But this time she also had like dried blood around her mouth.
Was Cora put on a stretcher and brought out?
Yes, eventually. I think the baby was brought out first because I think they mentioned at some point they might have found like a faint pulse or something like that. So they got him out first, and then we were able to get Cora up.
So that entire time while you're in the basement, are you still giving chest compressions to Cora?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it felt like forever, to the point where I think I radioed for assistance for another officer to come down.
And did others come down to assist?
Yes, Officer Cahill came down to further assist, where I continued with chest compressions, and he used a bag valve mask to give rescue breaths.
And a bag valve mask, is that something that goes over someone's face, a mask that's attached to a bag and you squeeze it to give air?
Yes, it's an alternative breathing apparatus.
At some point, do you go back upstairs to the first floor?
Yes.
And do you encounter Patrick Clancy when you go upstairs?
Yes, so when they removed Cora, myself and Officer Cahill went back upstairs, where I encountered Mr. Clancy in the kitchen.
And what was his demeanor in the kitchen?
He was still frantic, kind of in shock, still screaming and losing himself. And I think at that point, I don't know, one of us requested that we get an ambulance for him as well.
What happened to the 3 children, what the father went through, what the first responders saw. I've got to believe that's why prosecutors have chosen to bring this as a murder case. I want to show you some surveillance video, and I think this is incredibly tragic, what I'm about to show you. And it's like a life lesson in how your world can be turned upside down so quickly. As you know, Lindsay Clancy sent Patrick out to CVS and to a restaurant to pick up some takeout. And while he was gone, that's when the killings of the 3 children take place. That's when Lindsay is back home strangling them with the exercise bands and then thrusting herself out of the second floor window. So before he returns home, life is 1,000% normal as it can be with a wife who is suffering from mental illness, right? but his life is basically normal. I'm going to CVS. I'm going to pick up food. So I want to show you that video because think about the contrast of what happens to his world when he returns from this trip. But he walks in, everything is so ordinary. He's going down the aisle. And I think it's at some point when he goes down this aisle that he doesn't see exactly what he's looking for. We've all done this, right? You go shopping and you're picking up something for someone. They don't have exactly what you need, so you make the call. And he made a call back to Lindsay. So from his perspective, at this moment in his life, everything is as normal as it's been. You know, obviously, Lindsay has her issues, and they've been dealing with that as a family. But compared to what his life is going to be when he returns home, incredibly different. Same thing. Let's take a look at the video from the 3V restaurant. He's going to pick up food. Walks in. It's a little chilly, right? Looking over here at the bags, looking for his bag of take. And there's a nice conversation with someone there. Yeah, that's the bag. That's the food. Even a little smile. And it's nice to see him smiling, but because in the courtroom, he's not smiling. And as soon as he returns home, like everything changes to go from this normalcy, this ordinary trip to pick up food for his family, to coming home to that scene. It's tough to fathom. It's tough to understand, right? Here he is. He's paying for the food over at the checkout. She's going to get the bag. Like, this is completely ordinary. Just another day. Just another day. But it wasn't. It wasn't. Now, Patrick Clancy on the witness.
I just want to reiterate for people who don't know, like, I get that he's saying that it's a very normal day and it's just another day for him, and it is. But just, you know, to like kind of supplement that information, I think that the prosecution is kind of alleging that it was unusual for Lindsay to send Patrick to this place to get takeout. I noticed in the questioning yesterday, she did get him to say that they didn't usually get their takeout from this place. And they had been to this place, but it was more of a dine-in thing with the family. And they'd been there like 2 or 3 times, if I'm remembering correctly. So it's kind of like they are preparing to say that, you know, she was distracting him, or she was sending him places so that she had time, and she timed all of that. So I do understand what Vinny's saying here, like it's just a normal day, but from the side of the prosecution, they are gonna note that there's some things that are kind of unusual. But from the the perspective of Patrick Clancy, yes, it was a normal day. Like, he couldn't possibly have even begun to imagine what he was going to go home to, unfortunately. Thanks for joining, everyone. And then just for those of you who are coming in a little bit later and don't know, the jury and the prosecution and the defense, everybody is on an outing right now. So I'm going to end off with this video from Vinny and then resume as soon as testimony resumes. So we get to enjoy a little bit of this recap before, hopefully this afternoon, we'll be seeing them again. Thanks, everyone.
Dan, when he returned, he was technically being cross-examined by the defense, but the defense had an ability to take the cross-examination beyond the direct examination because Patrick Clancy is also a witness for the defense, and they wanted to get him in and out of the courtroom in one trip rather than bring him back 3 weeks from now. So this cross-examination is extremely important for the defense. So let's take you inside the courtroom as the defense, again, focusing on the days, weeks, and months leading up to what happened inside that home on January 24th, 2023. Let's take a look.
Do you recall that the difficulties or the trouble, so to speak, began towards the end of September into October of 22?
Yeah, it was pretty gradual.
Okay. But do you remember when the DA asked you yesterday whether or not you used your computer to Google suicide in, I think it was August of 22. Do you remember her asking you that question?
Yes.
And do you remember your response?
No, honestly.
You didn't Google that, did you?
I don't think I did, no.
No. But I'm going to show you, sir, a web history of your computer. Have in mind that the question was asked of you as to whether or not in August of 22, you Googled suicide. You responded no, right?
Correct.
The inference being, I guess, that back in August of 22, she would have Googled, apparently, right?
Sure.
You know a guy named Tim Hall?
I think you mean Tom Hall?
Yeah, Tom Hall, I apologize. Who's Tom Hall?
He's a musical artist,
He's a what artist?
like a country artist.
Country. Is he like a guitar playing guy or singer?
Yeah, was.
When you say was, what happened to him?
He committed suicide.
And I'm going to show you, sir, your Surface Pro records back in August of 22. Do you recall Googling the name Tom Hall so you could access one of his new albums or new records?
I do remember briefly listening to Tom Hall's music.
Now, you've never seen, you haven't seen this document before, correct?
Correct.
All right, and this would be, I'm sure you're probably familiar with it. When you get a phone dump, computer records dump, you get a printout of all of the sites that somebody would go on, Google, Wikipedia, things like that.
Right.
If you can look to the right,
Yep.
down a little bit, you see, I think it says Tom Hall.
Yeah.
What does it say on Tom Hall?
It says his Wikipedia page.
Yep. You see here? So here we've got so that shows you when somebody Googles and then it goes to Wikipedia. And you see where up above it says suicide methods?
Yeah. I didn't Google suicide methods now.
But in fact, sir, when you Google Tom Hall, it took you to the Wikipedia page and it said that he died, right?
He did, yeah.
And then you clicked on the Wikipedia page and it went into a hyperlink. You know what a hyperlink is? I imagine you know a hyperlink.
Yeah.
What is a hyperlink, just so I know?
So like in Wikipedia, it would be a word that's highlighted in blue and it goes to a website.
Okay. So if I suggest to you, sir, that as you move down on your searches that afternoon, that you were looking at Tom Hall, that it brought you to ways to commit suicide, Tom Hall, Google search again, Tom Hall, all on that date at the same time. And you were just looking to see about the guy because he killed himself, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Counsel had asked you
Hold there for one
about
second.
whether or not.
Just want to talk about this briefly. So don't forget the differing approaches to what happened to Lindsay Clancy and how she ended up in a wheelchair. Prosecutors say she faked a suicide attempt. And the defense says she tried to take her life and now she's in a wheelchair. So if you go back to August and you're researching suicide, prosecutors could say, well, she's looking at manners of suicide. She's trying to figure out how to fake this thing. Maybe. Is that what they're going to argue at the end? Maybe. But here you see the defense trying to clarify that it was actually Patrick who ended up going on the link related to suicide back in August. Let's go.
So I just wanted to add a little bit to that. I mean, that's pretty interesting if you think about, like, I guess it makes a world of difference to know whether something is an active search or if it's just linked in from another site. Another thing I wanted to mention was that in the earlier coverage, when CJ was covering this on day one, he was saying that the defense was mentioning a fake attempt at ending her own life, but it was confusing because the state hadn't actually said that. But as we went through some of the coverage yesterday, you could hear the start of them alluding that when they were asking the first responders, did her wounds look like they needed attention? Did you feel like you needed to apply pressure? And they were, mostly, I think completely, I think, responding with no, they didn't need to intervene. So I think that is what the defense was picking up on, and they're heading towards that kind of accusation that maybe it wasn't a serious attempt. With the defense responding with, well, I mean, she's in a wheelchair, her life is completely changed. It must have been a serious attempt. So that's a very interesting, I guess both points have weight. Whether those wounds seemed like they needed to be addressed, and the actual outcome, the consequence, which is that she's in a wheelchair. So I thought that was pretty interesting. But just to clarify, no, it doesn't seem like they've straight up said it's a fake attempt, but you can see the undertones of where they're trying to go just from their questioning, especially yesterday when they were talking to the first responders. All right, back to Vinny.
Continue to watch.
Lindsay was on Zoloft or any SSRI antidepressant medication in the past. Do you remember that question?
Yeah.
Do you remember her asking about that you were having a conversation with her and she said that she was going on Zoloft and that she had already been to Tufts, or was it Tufts that she got the script from?
Correct.
Okay. She told you that, right?
Yeah.
She didn't hide that from you, right?
Yeah.
And you were at a wedding. Is that right? You were walking down the street, the two of you together, like at the end of the night. She basically told you that she had to use the meds.
It was earlier in the day. It was before the wedding, but yeah.
Okay. And do you recall how, to your observation, how dedicated was she to taking her medications as instructed by the numerous doctors that she ultimately saw?
I just want to interrupt again. I'm sorry for doing this, but I think it's pretty interesting when it comes to this specific event that they're talking about, where when he's answering the defense in a kind of a different way than he did the state. And I don't necessarily think it's his fault, but it's like it's kind of getting slanted a different way, where the state was getting him to concede that she was saying she was going to get a script for something when she already had it. And here the defense is making it seem like it's really not a big deal at all. So I just find that line of questioning and how their approach to that is actually really interesting. I don't know if you guys agree.
She always took them as instructed.
Do you remember, did she in fact have a diary that she kept of the milligrams, the type of medication, the date that she took the medication, and what, if any, reactions that she had to it? Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And do you remember where that was kept? Did she keep it in any particular place?
I think she kept it in the kitchen.
In the kitchen. So I'm going to show you a photograph that the state police took in your house. Would you agree, sir, that this book is, in fact, the same book, the same coloring that was in the bunch of books in your kitchen?
Yeah.
And on this book, you see what the caption of the book is.
Yeah, it says, "Good moms have scary thoughts."
Wow. Again, two different viewpoints of what's happening here in Lindsay Clancy's life. And here what the defense is attempting to do is to demonstrate to this jury that she's not lying to Patrick about the medications. She's taking her medications. She's not getting prescribed things and pretending to take them and feigning her level of mental illness. And as all this comes through, how far will prosecutors go to argue? Like, how deep was the plan that Lindsay Clancy had to murder her children? Yes, Patrick Clancy was the first witness, but as this trial continues to go, day after day, week after week, I still think he's going to be the most important witness, the one who is the father of the victims, the now former husband of the defendant, in the middle of this, impacted more than any other living person by what happened that day. So Now on cross-examination by the defense, he's talking more about the history that they had, everything that was going on in their lives, in their relationship, and with the treatment for her issues in the days, weeks, and months leading up to the killing of the 3 children. Let's watch some more.
Okay, so you spoke to Dr. Goodhart.
Yeah.
Did Dr. Goodhart, to your knowledge, prescribe any medication?
I think she recommended medication, and then
How many medications did she recommend?
I don't know if she recommended multiple. I want to say it was Cymbalta, but she said, check with your doctor and make a decision.
So when Lindsay left, it was because she wanted to leave one day early because of Cora's birthday. Is that right?
I didn't think it was. I don't think it was one day early. I think she had a 5-day stay, which at the time was my understanding was that was pretty standard. And yeah, she did want to attend Cora's birthday.
So there's no doubt, sir, in your mind that when she was discharged from McLean, that you got these, right? McLean?
Yes.
Yeah. That when she was discharged from McLean Hospital, it was not against medical advice. The doctors gave her ill health and let her go with you, right?
Right.
And off of the McLean records.
Any objection?
No.
All right, they may be admitted.
Big point here for the defense.
Now, when you go to the hospital and you get out of the hospital, they give you a bag and you've got medications and a little card and says, thank you for being here, stuff like that. Did you guys get anything from McLean at all?
I don't think so.
Did you get any recommendations other than the doctor suggesting that you might want to try Cymbalta? Did they give you a script?
I don't think so.
You know what Cymbalta was?
No.
You remember Dr. Goodhart telling Lindsay to Google it?
I think that's accurate.
Yeah. In fact, she Googled hundreds of times.
Yeah.
Medication, right?
Yeah.
So when you guys go home, and now it's January, obviously, you had the party for Cora, correct?
Yeah.
You guys had friends over, or friends that you guys knew?
Friends came to the party, which was at a place in Plymouth.
Would you agree with me that Lindsay had a number of friends from actually grammar school through high school through college that she stayed in touch with over the years?
Yeah.
And you as well?
Yep.
And they're good friends. Like you still would see them and you guys would do dinner and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
Actually, one of your friends, I think it was one of your friends, it might have been one of her friends, actually named her in January or around that time frame to be godmother or take care of their child if anything bad happened to them and they were dead, right? Remember that?
My brain has been foggy for the last couple of years, but
I understand.
yeah.
Okay. In January, as time went by, do you recall that she would actually continue to take notes of her medications that she was taking, right?
That sounds like something Lindsay would do.
Kept a diary or a little log, right?
Yep.
I'm approaching you, sir, with this and asking if you can identify this. Anyway.
Yes.
And when you say yes, and I'll put it on the little screen, what is it?
It's the dosage of medication that she took and how she's feeling.
So this is kind of like a little medical diary that she was keeping?
Yeah.
For example, here you see on that 5 milligrams Valium, 200 Seroquel, slept well, horrible thoughts in the morning, right?
Yeah.
And did she at some point, I think the DA had asked you, I'm going to offer this, Your Honor, if I may.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Thank you. There was an occasion where she told you in the presence of her mother that she was having horrible thoughts, right?
Right.
And you told us about that yesterday. And it was quite an emotional thing for her to do that, right?
Right.
After that time frame, you continued on. You were working in the basement, right?
Yeah.
I shouldn't say basement. It was a finished place, right?
Finished basement, yeah.
And that was where you worked on a regular basis. Is that right?
Yeah.
Would that be a 40-hour week or longer?
It varied, but yeah, roughly 40 hours.
And I know it was maybe COVID, tail end of COVID, but one of the other reasons that you did that was so you could be home and help out. that right?
Yeah, I worked from home since 2018.
Okay.
But yeah, I built an office down there.
So you were always there?
Yeah.
Not always, but you were down there when you would work?
When I wasn't traveling, yeah, I was there.
Okay. So when would you travel? Tell us about that.
I really didn't travel actually much during COVID, just towards the end and once in November.
November of what year?
2022.
November of 2022.
But before that, I traveled extensively.
Let's look at November of 2022. November of 2022 is a month before she was telling you and her mother that she was having thoughts about hurting the children, right?
Right.
It's November of 2022, and you traveled. Where did you travel to?
New York.
And how long were you there, sir?
2 nights.
And who took care of the kids?
Lindsay.
Sorry?
Lindsay took care of the kids.
Lindsay. So for 2 days, 2 nights, a month and a week or so before she killed the children, she was home with the kids for 2 days. Is that right?
Right.
Fair to say that you also had your friends that you would do brunch with on occasion, Sundays or weeknights or whenever, guys night type thing?
Yeah.
And you'd be out with your friends. If she wanted to kill the kids, she certainly could have done it that time when you're out, right?
In theory.
As opposed to sending you on a 3-minute trip to CVS and a 9-minute trip to a restaurant, you were away for 2 days in November and on a number of occasions for brunch as well as skiing, right? You're a pretty active guy.
Yeah.
Right?
I get what the defense is doing here. The only difference is prosecutors are alleging part of the plan is the fake suicide. So if he's away for 2 days, you can't fake your suicide and be rescued by your husband, right? So that's how I think prosecutors will respond to that. But the question I have, how far will prosecutors go in arguing, again, what the plan was of Lindsay Clancy? Will they say that her diary where she's writing horrible thoughts is part of the plan, or is it reality? I've been saying this throughout, and I will continue to say it in my analysis of the prosecution and the defense. Defense wants to focus on the days, weeks, and months leading up to the killing of the children. Prosecutors really want to focus on the day of the killing. So Patrick Clancy, after he's cross-examined, it's time for redirect. And once again, the prosecution going into the timeline of the day the 3 children were strangled to death by Lindsay Clancy. Let's take a look.
Mr. Clancy, you were shown an email, and it's been marked as an exhibit that you sent to coworkers on January 24th, 2023 at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Yeah.
And you were asked about it coming from the Surface Pro, but your testimony was that it could have come from your iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you watched footage earlier of yourself going into the CVS in Kingston at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you had your phone with you, correct, because you used it? And we also saw you on the 3V footage using your phone as well, correct?
Right.
So you were clearly out of the house at 5:24 p.m., correct?
Sorry, what time did you say I was at CVS?
So you walked in at 5:32 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you left the house. As you were leaving the house, Lindsay sent you the text about PDLX, correct?
I don't know if I had left the house yet, but yeah.
But that was sent at 5:15 p.m., correct?
Right.
And how far away is the Kingston CVS?
3 minutes.
Okay. And so you leave the house, you get into your car, and you drive to CVS, correct?
Correct.
And so that should have taken 3 minutes, correct?
Yep.
So after the text that was sent at 5:15 p.m., that would have been sometime around 5:18 or 5:20 p.m. that you should have arrived at CVS, correct?
Right.
But you don't go in until 5:32 p.m., correct?
I don't know. I don't know what time I pulled in the parking lot.
I'm not asking what time you pulled into the parking lot, but is it fair to say that the video that you were shown earlier shows you entering the store at 5:32 p.m.?
Yes.
So from the time you should have been at the parking lot of CVS around 5:20 p.m. until 5:32 p.m., could you have been in your car sending this email on your iPhone?
Yeah, I just don't know if I pulled into the parking lot at 5:20.
But sometime after the text was sent from Lindsay about PDLX, but before 5:32 p.m., you were in your car.
Correct. Okay. Yes.
Now, you were asked about my questions to you about going to Boston, and my questions to you were about December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
Because your anniversary is December 3rd, not December 2nd, correct?
Right.
So Dawson was taken to the doctors on December 2nd, correct?
Correct.
And on December 3rd, did you have plans? Not that they were followed through, but did you have plans to go to Boston that day?
Yeah, so I can provide some clarification on that.
Sure.
So yeah, on Monday I was a little bit confused by it because we were home. But yeah, I think there was a plan prior to that, like an anniversary plan to go to Boston, but it was canceled.
Okay.
And the picture you showed was from September.
So the plans that you had to go to Boston, showing you here. Some text messages between yourself and Lindsay. And here, there's one here that says, the spa, the Omni is booked, but you're on the wait list. As a backup, I have you booked for massage at the nearby IHG for 90 minutes at 1:45. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then you later say we can get lunch and then head over. She responds, okay. And then you write that they'll let you use the gym and the pool while she's getting her massage. Is that correct?
Right.
And then you talk about plans for lunch and dinner. And so there were the plans, they just fell through, right?
Yeah, we canceled them, yeah.
So it's not as if I made that up out of thin air. That's here in the text messages, correct?
Right, yeah. It was just confusing because we were home. But yeah, when I left, I recollected that, and then I found the picture, and the picture was from September.
And was that from the wedding you went to?
Yeah.
If we could have the text messages marked as specific.
Any objection? That may be admitted.
87. Now, in cross-examination, you said that Lindsay always took the medications exactly as instructed. But in direct, you said you weren't always with her every time she took the pills. Is that correct?
That's correct. But the understanding was that she took it as directed.
Because she told you she did?
Yeah.
And because you trusted her to do so?
Yeah.
Okay. But you can't sit here and say definitively that she took every pill exactly as instructed every single time because you didn't watch her every time, correct?
I was not standing next to her every time she took pills.
I feel really bad for him in that sense, the way the state is kind of showing that up. But I mean, it's true, right? It's not like I think the confusion really is that he had the impression that she always took everything as directed, and I'm sure that was also supported in his mind by her being a nurse, right? He was like, well, she knows what to do, and she's also definitely got that kind of personality where you think that she'll do everything right and as directed, and she's got journals and plans and schedules and lists, and she's that kind of person. So she just seems like somebody who would definitely take the medication as directed. So I really do get where he's coming from in that sense, but then it's so true. Like, how do you know something that you didn't see? But as I said, I feel bad for him. I feel bad for him having to admit that, because it's probably a realization for him at that point. Like, wow, yeah, I thought I knew, but
You can see the way prosecutors are couching and going to deal with a lot of Patrick Clancy's testimony that does not help them. He said he's getting his information from her, and she's the one manipulating everything. So I think they may go all in on this. I think prosecutors at the end of this trial will be all in on Lindsay Clancy sort of masterminding the murders of her 3 children, and then masterminding a fake suicide attempt that went wrong. She didn't expect to be paralyzed, but that's what happened, right? And everything that she did in the buildup to that, she didn't really take the medications, right? The writing in the logs is, oh yeah, she's just covering her tracks. She's making a paper trail that she's having these horrible thoughts, which I think prosecutors are going to argue she wasn't actually happening. The question is, will the jury believe that beyond a reasonable doubt? That's it for this episode. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Vinny Politan. As always,
so yeah, that was pretty interesting. I do enjoy hearing Vinny's take on on all of that. I'm going to play another video for you guys. I'm going to play the Chris Cuomo episode from a couple of days ago, but this one's kind of interesting as well. I haven't really watched it, but I get from the heading that he's kind of, he's also weighing up on those two things. Is it intentional? Is this mental? Personally, I think it kind of lies somewhere in between, in all honesty. But I do like hearing what he thinks as well. So yeah, let's watch this too. And thank you so much for joining, everyone. We're gonna wait a while and just see what's happening with their outing. Maybe they'll resume soon.
Lindsay Clancy is going to jail. That's what the prosecutor says. Can they prove it? Maybe, and I'll tell you why. I'm Chris Cuomo. Welcome to Cuomo Crime Time. I got to tell you, I'm going to do this episode a little differently. I'm going to do an interview with a doctor and a lawyer who both have experience in these areas, clinically, obviously, and in the jurisprudence in terms of how they got dealt with. And I believe it really goes to the heart of whether or not we got a legal system or a justice system. Is this about just doing what the law says and fitting it into a box, or is this about really fairness? Because to me, this case is nonsense in a court of law, okay? To me, it doesn't make any sense that we would waste the time and the money to put someone on trial who clearly was not in their right mind.
Okay, I'm kind of interested. I'm looking forward to this because I haven't heard anybody like this strongly on that stance. I haven't heard any commentary, and I know he is a lawyer. I think it'll be good to hear another side of this. I'm kind of thinking along those lines too. As it goes on, I am starting to think a little more and more like, wow, okay, she really was going through something, even if I don't fully understand what it was.
But that's not enough. And it really wasn't enough until very recently. The test had been so antiquated, so primitive. If you knew the nature and consequence of your actions, which means what? If you know that taking this and bashing it into my head is going to hurt me, maybe kill me, then you're responsible. But what if you were doing it because you thought I was a demon?
Wow, okay.
What if you were doing it because there was something in your head calling itself Jesus, telling you that you had to do it? Well, now what? The law was like, what do you want me to say? Anybody could say that. Now, you talk about it as a function of drug addiction. Forget it. They really didn't want to hear it. Wait a minute. You took these things, you took this drug, this booze, this pill, this whatever, and now you want to be excused from the behavior that came with it? No way. Now, those two paths have diverged. It is still tough with the argument of diminished capacity and what does it mean that you were drunk? What does it mean that you were high? Still a tricky avenue, very unforgiving. And I understand that a little bit better, morally as well as legally. And then you have this other path, which is, but they were really sick. And that sickness crossed the line from neurosis to psychosis, which you'll learn about today. And this person clearly was not connected to reality. And the law has slowly started to evolve. Or has it? Now, Massachusetts, as you're going to learn, is the right place for this for a number of reasons in terms of testing our evolution, because they're bringing this case in a place where I would have argued they shouldn't have brought it. And you'll see why. And we do it in the context of what it reminds us of. Andrea Yates. Ooh, I covered that. It was scary. Right around 9/11, 2001. Texas ceremonially drowned kids, other kids watching the other kids get drowned. Horrible. 5 kids found guilty. Capital murder, but they didn't ask for the death penalty. Then retried because the expert in the case, well, I'll tell you all about it. You'll learn. But it sets up this central proposition that I'm going to start with in terms of the medicine and the law, and then we're going to talk to Rusty Yates. You're going to hear what it's like to experience this, what it's like to try to survive it, to move past it. Is that ever possible? And how did he testify on her behalf? And what happened with their relationship and where is it today? All of these things, his advice for Patrick, the father of Lindsay Clancy's 3 kids, Cora, Dawson, and Callan. Why does this go to trial? What is the difference between legal responsibility and moral culpability, and where does illness bridge those two? It is a really fascinating test of our law and our culture and what we mean by justice. Sarah Azari and Dr. Berndorf, thank you very much. I need your help on this one. I do not understand this, and I'll tell you why. I understand what's happening here in terms of the prosecution not believing that this is really about illness and that she knew and she planned and she got the husband out of the house. But here's why I really think that this is such a huge waste of public effort and money. So I covered one of the first stories in this category many, many years ago. One of the first of her kind. He was a doctor, psychiatrist, Harvard, one of the first classes of women and psychiatry at Harvard. She goes on, she becomes a big deal in New Jersey, running shit, gets depression, not postpartum, but develops a case of depression. Pretty bad. Doesn't want anybody to know because she's afraid of the stigma and that they will remove her from her exalted position, and she was already dealing with all kinds of ceilings. So she plays with the medication, being a psychiatrist herself, and winds up spiraling, having a completely psychotic break where she suffocates both of her elderly parents, whom she was taking care of, puts them in a semicircle and sleeps in the middle of them for days. Eventually, she kind of gets a moment of clarity, calls 911. They come, they take her away, and the prosecutor's going to make the case. And luckily, someone in his family had profound mental illness. And he wound up developing a different understanding, going to the judge with the defense. And this was like a landmark case in New Jersey, saying, I'm not going to prosecute this case. She's got to go to a hospital and she's got to get treated. She doesn't know what she was doing. She thought she was doing some ceremonial transmission of their spirits to the world of where they needed to be. It was complete craziness. So they didn't prosecute the case. She went to a mental hospital. They wound up getting her chemistry right. And she completely changed and spent many, many years in this hospital beyond where I think it was necessary because of this instinct to punish. We want to punish. Even if you're sick, we want to punish. So even once she got her chemicals right, Sarah, and she started redesigning the protocols in the hospital to make it more effective, and she changed their outcomes, and she's planting gardens, and she's doing this, and she's talking to other people, and they want to get her certified, but she couldn't get out because they got to punish. They got to punish. You got to stay in that hospital, even though you're basically what we would call cured, right? Mm-hmm. Because that's who we are as a society. And it's always given me that. And I look through every case through that lens. So I look at Lindsay Clancy, and it's so obvious that even her husband, who has no business being rational about this situation, okay? I would never be able to hear a full sentence from you about the death of one of my kids as anything but the worst thing in the world. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear anything else. And yet, he is going to testify on her behalf. He says that this is not someone who meant to do it. So that is my context. I don't understand why we're here. So with that, we'll bounce back and forth with each other about the medical and the legal. But Sarah, just first blush, I know you get where I'm coming from, but what am I failing to see here?
Well, number one, there are 3 children that have been killed, right?
Yes.
And so not, one single public official is not going to be wanting to be the decision maker about whether or not to charge or not charge. Because remember, this is not about a lesser offense. This is about all or nothing. The defense is saying she should be acquitted based on a lack of legal criminal responsibility, which is the insanity test under a case called McHowell in Massachusetts. So it's not like we're looking at second degree versus first degree. It's all or nothing. And so there is no middle ground for the prosecution to go with. And one person doesn't want to make that decision. That's a decision for a jury and a public trial on the record, you know. And also remember, Chris, we talk about this in a lot of cases on your show. Mental illness is not a defense, right? Mental illness, a lot of people have profound mental illness, and under these insanity tests are found to be able to appreciate the wrongfulness of their conduct and be able to comport their conduct to the law. So just being mentally ill does not cut it. So even if the prosecutor believes that, you know, she did have a psychosis, she did have a break, and all of this with her husband and her support is all there, it's almost like they're forced to let the process unfold, you know, and let the jury decide whether or not she was aware of what she was doing.
How can you form intent when you hear voices telling you what to do and you ceremonially strangle your 3 children and then jump out the window trying to kill yourself, which is exactly what the voice was doing? How does that satisfy the mental component of criminal responsibility?
You're asking me or Catherine?
You, because she's a doctor, not a lawyer.
Yeah. So it's really about, it doesn't matter whether you call it, it's the diagnosis is not the evidence. It's about the mental defect or disease at the time. Right. And my understanding from psychosis, just having, you know, my own clients, not postpartum, but just drug induced, et cetera, is that it's transient, but it's treatable. And I'll let Catherine speak to that. But so it's about at that moment, can experts say that at that moment she was unable to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct? You can call it whatever. It can be in or out of the DSM. It doesn't matter. And so it's really, you know, in this case, what's interesting is that comparing this to, for example, the Andrea Yates case.
Yes.
You know, the Andrea Yates case was like a flat out psychosis. In this case, it seems like the defense is going to bring in experts to say, or at least one expert to say, that this was a progressive situation, that there was a pharmacological component to this, that over time she deteriorated because she was cycling off of all these drugs, that this was not just sort of a one-shot psychosis. It was like developing over time. And so, again, this is going to be a battle of experts. And I think that, you know, one thing I want to say is we always lose. There's always a concern, and it's a real concern about losing a jury when you get too sciencey on their ass. Excuse my French, right? You get deep into, you know, the psychosis and what drug did what, except they're going to, they're just going to shut down. So ultimately it's about the credibility and the motive of the experts. You know, we've got Dr. Spinelli, who is a hired gun. She's not the one, you know, she's the one who diagnoses her with bipolar and like the psychosis, but way after the incident. And so unlike Yates, she does not have the factual record of this psychosis. It just comes about and then she gets diagnosed after the homicide. Mm-hmm. So it's interesting. Again, I think it comes down to, and Yates, by the way, got reversed because of the credibility of the state's psychiatrist. Right. You know, apparently he said something about Law and Order episode or whatever, and and then it got reversed based on his credibility. So my point here is that all of this, you know, how the psychosis came about, what it was, how, you know, what was going on through her head, all of this is great. They're going to get deep into it. But at some point as a defense attorney, there's a real concern about keeping it really concise and simple because a jury doesn't really, you know, go with science. Yeah.
I get it. So I don't think you need any science. I don't know how they're going to get a jury unless the jury is convinced that, look, okay, she did it because she did it, but she clearly didn't know what she was doing. And I hope when they sentence her, she just goes to a hospital and not to prison. But of course, that's not in their hands. So Doc, let's go in on this to help bridge on this. because the idea of, well, if you know that tying this around the baby's neck and holding it will kill them, then you're a murderer. What does that miss about the component of the mental illness?
I think it completely misses the mental illness, right? A psychosis means loss of touch with reality. And a postpartum psychosis, and all psychoses, wax and wane. Sometimes you may be a little more in, sometimes a little more out. So determining that, and I know nothing, professionally or personally about this case, so I'm speaking in general, but if, and again, legally, I really know nothing, but if you need to make that case at the time of these acts, I often say, what mother in her well or right mind would kill her children? This is a woman who was ill, very, very ill. And we can debate, and they will debate all kinds of things around medications and illness and what she had and what she didn't. But she's not evil. And
she's not the exception. She's not Casey Anthony, right? She's not, I want to party. I didn't want to be a mom. This kid's dragging me down. This is a committed mom who's also committed to her mental health, doing what she can do, trying. Right. And the pushback is, but doc, she knew that tying the band around the neck kills the baby. She knew that. She knew jumping out the window should kill me. So, legally competent. Summer's here. If you want to actually feel confident, less bloated, more energized, not just look like it on the outside, but feel it, starts with your gut. I thought being bloated every day had just gotten like normal for me. It's not. Inflammation doesn't have to be there. Once I fixed my gut, everything changed. Digestion, skin, hair. The one thing that made the biggest difference, my opinion, cowboy colostrum. Why? It's just worked so well for so many for so long, if it's prepared the right way. Cowboy colostrum works because it is the best, most pure version of colostrum that you can get sustainably and in a way that is ethically treated. All right. So do I have hair in new places? No, but my hair is thick and I have maintained it. My inflammation is bovine cow. Try.
Sorry about that, everyone. If you want to see the actual commercial, you can go to his episode.
Right, but what I would like to say, I don't know. I can't comment on that. But just because a person who's mentally ill, like go back to Andrea Yates, right? Her belief, her fixed, false, out of reality belief, otherwise known as a delusion, and hallucinations, command hallucinations telling her she was a bad person, and the only way for her kids to be saved was to kill them. She killed them, right? She thought in an altruistic way she was doing the right thing.
This is, I don't know if you guys can hear me. Let me know if everything sounds okay. I might be having some microphone issues. But this is kind of reminding me of, not that I think that she was, legitimate in this claim, but it's kind of reminding me of Lori Daybell and what she wanted to pretend was happening. I don't know if you guys listened to the statement that she gave at her sentencing. She kind of tried to make it sound partially like she was not in her right mind, and also like she thought she was helping her kids. And I personally believe that was an act, but it's kind of interesting that, I guess according to these experts, that's possible. There can be people who actually think that they're supposed to be doing this when they're in the grips of psychosis. And I guess if you've never experienced psychosis, which I haven't, you don't really understand what that's like. That's why it's so hard for us to get our head around somebody wanting to do something like this, because like she said, what mother in her right mind it's just not possible. It's unthinkable, and it's like the most unnatural thing ever. So it's interesting to try and understand the components of that mental illness. Thank you, CJ, and thank you everyone for jumping in. We are waiting for everybody to come back from their excursion, and then we will see what time testimony resumes. Thank you for watching, and this is Cuomo's episode from a few days ago, which is really interesting. I'm enjoying this one a lot. Thanks for watching with me, guys.
So it doesn't, did she know they would die, right? She thought they would ascend to heaven, right? Because she was bad and they were cursed. So I think that you have to, you're not thinking from or even appreciating the mind of someone who's got active mental illness. You may know what will kill someone, but the reason you're doing it is because you have a belief in your mind or command auditory or other hallucinations telling you to behave this way because it is the best thing for these beloved children.
Right. Now, here is the sad reality. Prisons, as Sarah Azari knows and I know, and you may know, Doc, but you're about to know if you don't, they are filled with profoundly mentally ill people who had no idea what they were doing when they did it. So why are they there? Law is very narrow, the policy behind it narrower still. We punish. We don't like mental illness. It's weird. How can Chris Cuomo have anything go? He looks fine. The guy's built like a tank. He's fine. No, he's got depression. He's got this. He's got that. Yeah, I don't see it. Suck it up. Don't be sad. We are way primitive, right? We're just starting to make little incremental. You still can't call addiction anything to do with mental illness. Oh, no. That's choice. That's choice. You took those drugs. Oh, no, but they were self-medicated. Yeah, but not at first. But at first you just liked it. You're just a partier. And now it's out of control. It's on you. That's who we are as a society. You do not see it in Europe. The jurisprudence on these cases is very, very different. They go hospital first before they even contemplate trials. So, but here we are. And Sarah, to that point, that what feels right is not what is right within our system. You're going to jail if you knew that what you did was likely to cause death to somebody and you did it.
Yeah, I mean, look, LA County Jail, Cooks County Jail, and Riker Island each have more mentally ill inmates than any psychiatric ward in the United States. I was shocked when I read that. And we are very quick to send people to jail and prison where it's the wrong destination. Obviously, number one, they don't get treated there. They deteriorate there.
I'm going to jump in again. Sorry, I'm back. But I wanted to touch on what he was saying there, with how, society wants to punish when it comes to mental illness, and we don't like mental illness. And he's saying that, people depict it as weird and it's just odd. And I get what he's saying, but I also just kind of want to counteract that with, I don't want to undermine, and I don't think he means to, but I don't want to undermine like the level of danger that these kids were in, and some kids are, if they're in the care of someone with that degree of mental illness. So I understand what he's saying. I understand that there's this societal stigma and stuff like that, and I don't think it's what he's doing is trying to undermine that level of danger that the kids were in. But it's also true. It's also true that there's this huge stigma attached to it. So where, like, just philosophically, where is that balance, right, between safety and still being tolerant of people who actually need help? And I think this case highlights it a lot. So that's pretty interesting to me.
And so, but I think the difference in this case, I mean, when you're talking about mental illness, that's one thing. When you're talking about not guilty by reason of insanity, I think another case we're dealing with right now, we don't know the evidence all that well yet, is the Nick Reiner case, where his might have been drug induced, but in that moment where he killed his parents, he had a perfectly normal day, like Lindsay Clancy did. She took her kid to the pediatrician. She, I don't know, went up and down stairs according to her fitness tracker. She had a completely normal day until she didn't, right? And it's that kind of transient thing, but obviously with some history. And so I think that's the difference is, do we want to throw her in with all the other mentally ill people that we get wrong? Or was she literally, legally not sane at the time? And I think that, that goes to, she filed a medical malpractice lawsuit earlier this year. And there's a lot of history about her in that lawsuit, which will come in this trial. So it's not like she's coming out of nowhere and saying she was insane at the time. There's some history about how she deteriorated. But yeah, I mean, I think the tragedy in this case is that you've got a maternal mental health tragedy trying to fit that into a system that is about really bad guys. Cold-blooded murderers that we're trying to put away, and they just get swooped in,
And what's interesting is, look, I get what you're saying, and it's very savvy. This prosecutor doesn't want to own this shit. 3 dead kids. I'm not letting her go. How am I tough on crime? That headline's going to kill me. That ad's going to kill me in the next election. That's why I hate that prosecutors are elected, because you don't know what you're voting for in the first place. Like, who knows? And, the people who are voting, like, they don't know how to assess who's a lawmaker, let alone a prosecutor. But here we are once again. And it's interesting because the only fact that helps her in a totally stupid way, Doc, is, well, she tried to kill herself too. So it wasn't, I killed my kids because I was getting divorced. I killed my kids because I wanted a different life, whatever it is.
Well, Chris, the prosecution's saying that's consciousness of guilt. That's the way that they're spinning the suicide attempt.
Right after?
Right after.
No, but I'm saying that's the part. I think they're going to have a hard time arguing that. But let's talk about clinically why. Right. And this is the uncomfortable space, Doc, where in my world, if you go to the store and seem normal, you can't be abnormal an hour later. That doesn't work like that. That's choice. That's behavior.
That is
what are we missing?
You're missing mental illness doesn't function that way. That the waxing and waning quality of a psychotic person can mean that certain things are within normal limits and others aren't. So I wouldn't say it, Sarah, not to contradict so much as to say, she may have had a normal appearing day, but we have no idea what was going on in her head, what demons she was actively fighting. I don't know, but those cases that I have treated, and I've treated a lot of patients with postpartum psychoses, they drop their kids off at school. They go do all kinds of things that look normal. So I get why it's super confusing to feel like, wow, if she could do this, how could she do that? But if you have a belief in your mind that it needs to be this way, and you are being told that, or there is this I don't know, scotoma, what's the word? Sort of this something in your brain that's very circumscribed, telling you that it is this way and they must die and I'm going to die with them. None of us can exist because God knows what. I don't know what the voices or delusions were about, but that can be existing within a seemingly normal system.
Why doesn't reason take us inside the explanation of illness? When I have a thought in my head to do something bad, I go, oh, no, don't do that. That's bad. You don't do that. Don't say that. Don't be that. So what happens when someone has an active, what is a voice in your head?
Hey everyone, thanks to everyone who's coming in. And yeah, I wanted to just address where CJ says, I'm conflicted. I see both sides' points. And I get that as well. And Kid Kitty agrees. It's really not, I guess it's just not as simple as we wish that it was with this case. Another thing that just came up, which was really interesting, was the attempt at taking her own life and how it's being spun from different sides. Like, I hadn't thought about it like that. Did she do that because of what she'd done to the kids, or did she do what she did to the kids because she wanted to do that? in my mind, it was always that she did what she did to the kids because she was planning to do that to herself. That's what she was going to do. So she wanted to, to take her children's life as well, because the end goal was herself. But it seems like from what they're saying here, and it's interesting, is that from the prosecution's perspective, it was the other way around. It's a consciousness of guilt. So she did that to herself because of what she had done to her kids. And that's interesting. Like, it had never occurred to me. And I guess it's good to see the other point of it. And it's the same sequence of events, but it's all about like just the causal reality of, was it this because of this, or was it that because of that? I don't know if that makes sense, but I was just trying to explain, like, I hadn't thought about it in that direction either. So the more we look into this case, the more complicated it gets. And I think that from every perspective, we have to just try and remain as compassionate as possible while trying to figure this all out. Thanks for being here, everyone. Thank you so much for watching with me while we wait.
And how is it that someone can't distinguish doing the bad thing from the good thing in that moment?
Well, there's a line, and sometimes this is sort of an old way to put it. There's like neurotic and psychotic, and there's that line that you don't want to go over into non-reality, right? You're describing, sort of the old-fashioned, you get it, you're freaked out by it. The thought that could happen, you're like, oh my God, I would never, but I had a thought. We've all had fleeting, wildly, horrible thoughts. But when you can't discern that, when your insight is limited, poor, or non-existent, and your judgment is also, like, you have judgment, you still had judgment and insight to know it was wrong. You lose that over the line to psychosis. You do not have that. You live in a different land, and you don't have that kind of reasoning or capacity. It's not there.
Right. So, Sarah, the opening statement in a case like this, why isn't it as not easy, but as simple as no mother strangles their 3 kids and then jumps out the window to kill themselves? Nobody does that. A selfish person doesn't do that. An evil person doesn't do that. Nobody does that. The only person that does that is somebody who's not in control of what they're doing. And that's obviously what this is. And I'm going to show it to you 10 different ways. But the idea that she intended to kill her kids is not what was going on inside her head. And I can take you there. Or is that all well and good, Sarah? But at the end of the day, yeah, she did mean to kill her kids. Why she meant to kill her kids is everything the doctor just said. And that's great, but it all goes to sentencing. She meant to kill her kids, and then she killed them. End of the story.
So that is the opening statement. Good job. But also for the defense, but also, of course, the mental illness is, you're talking about mental illness as mitigation. This is not guilty by reason of insanity. It's a whole different ball of wax, because it's that, like the doctor said, you did not know what you were doing. You were not operating in reality at the time. And to her point, there's evidence that the prosecution is introducing, which is like her journal. And in that journal is where those other thoughts are written, apparently, things that she thought of her kids. But then when you contrast that with the earlier that day, where she takes one of the kids to the pediatrician, she's being a responsible mother.
So for Dummies' version of this, Sarah, that if the evidence shows she strangled her 3 kids because she thought she was releasing demons, that she thought it was why they had croup, then not guilty by reason of insanity. But if she had voices in her head telling her that this had to happen, or else everybody in her family was going to die, so you have to release your kids from this world, and that's why she did it, guilty.
Right. And that all turns on the expert testimony. And that's why Dr. Spinelli is the star witness for the defense.
But then she can't win, though, Sarah. How does she win if if Dr. Spinelli and Dr. Berndorf sit next to each other and one is nodding when the other one says whatever they say and they're in complete agreement and they say, yeah, look, I mean, the voice is in the head, psychotic break in and out, and waxing and waning. And she absolutely thought that this was it. And it was a break from reality. And the jury said, oh, I believe all that. Still guilty.
No, no, Chris, beyond a reasonable doubt, this prosecution has to prove that she was sane. I mean, you can't ignore, her deterioration, what her husband's going to testify about.
Sane is that she knew putting the band around the neck and pulling would kill the kid. That's sane in this context. Sane is, what did you think you were doing with this band? I thought I was killing them. Why? Here's my reason. Okay, but you knew that this was killing them, right? Yes.
Well, I mean,
you're
you're being the prosecutor. I mean, the prosecutor is also going to say that she had plenty of opportunity to stop because strangulating kids with, or anyone with takes time to unconsciousness, takes time to death. And so she could have stopped, but she did it. Right. But again, I think, we can't forget about the emotional and moral spine of the defense, which is the husband, who is going to talk about how much she loved these kids, that she couldn't have done this knowingly, that she had to have been out of her mind to do this. Listen, I think one of the bigger questions here is, okay, so she's acquitted by LCR. She just walks out of the courtroom? No. She may never see the light of day because she's going to be in an institution, because every year she's going to be in this adversarial process where they're going to petition her to stay in year after year after year. So, it's better than prison or jail. I don't want to say it's the same thing because she gets treatment. She will not get treatment in prison. She'll deteriorate. But at the end of the day, it's not like, a not guilty verdict where the defendant walks out with their lawyer. This is not what's happening here. So the question is the destination. What is the right destination for her?
It's interesting. The suit that I would be more interested in, and Doc, this one you will want to talk about, is the husband is filing civil suit against the providers and saying, you knew or had reason to know or should have known that my wife was way down the line and that nothing was working and it was getting worse. And you didn't do anything to remove her from this kind of risk.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Everybody froze for a sec. I can understand that one might say that or, believe that. I don't know the particulars of things, but I think generally speaking, like mothers don't typically kill their kids. Doctors try to do the right thing, right? Do no harm. We take an oath. So I don't know the circumstances, but my guess is that people were doing their best. If they weren't, I assume that'll be figured out.
Well, also talk about how difficult it is to know what somebody's potential is, and talk about how difficult it is to do something, even if you think that, oh my God, I think this person's going to go kill somebody.
Well,
how limited the options are and how limited the relief is.
Well, you do need cooperation from a patient and family, right? You do need, it is a collaborative process. So again, I'm not trying to place blame on anybody, right. But I would say that I treat patients day in and day out. They don't always want to do what I professionally believe they should do. And I can't put that pill in their mouth, nor say you should cross taper these medications, or you're on these but don't take those, or know what they do at home in their medicine cabinet. Mm-hmm. I don't control any of that. That is purely what they do as a consumer, as somebody who has agency. I can't do that, but I can give my professional opinion. Doesn't mean someone's going to take it.
Right. And then if you do want to act on them, you have to call the police. If they don't cooperate, obviously, and you don't have a specific law in your jurisdiction that helps you with this, you're going to have a hard time getting them put anywhere for any length of time.
Yes, but there are, they're in different states. There are, rules of law that help you. If I think someone's a danger, an imminent danger to themselves or others, I can call 911 or the police, or
Right.
there are things I can do that I do when I need to
Right.
act in cases like that, right? And then they're in a involuntary hospital situation, and it goes from there.
But Catherine, in this case, one of the providers actually turned them away, saying that she didn't have a plan.
A plan to kill herself or anybody else.
To harm.
That in the moment has to be assessed by that doctor in that clinical interaction. Again, knowing nothing, we all have to make that determination every time we see a patient.
Right.
So every time I am making an assessment anew, given the context, given the history, has this ever happened before? What do I think the potential is for the future? I'm making that clinical, professional, opinion. That's my job.
Right.
I make that every time I see a patient. So in that moment, might it not have been clear that that was where she was headed? Perhaps. But it has to be assessed each and every time.
Right. That's the problem with it, is that the reality of the science doesn't meet the expectations of the culture. And
another thing, just to touch on what he's saying, is that not only about the science and the culture, but it's really interesting to hear this, where the medicine and the legal perspective kind of meet. I didn't even really expect that this was going to be such a great episode, but I'm really glad that I played it. And I agree, TJ, amazing points on all fronts. This case is really complicated. Each side, I can see validity to each side, and that's really sad. I think we kind of always want these things to be much more black and white than they are. So, yeah, just very sad all around. But yeah, great episode this.
And Sarah, the interesting line to walk, the ace, what's the ace in the hole in this perverse way is having the husband. But the husband's got to be careful, because, he's not been charged, but, if he gets up there and he's like, oh, she was crazy. There's no way that she could have been understanding what was going on. She was spiraling. Well, why'd you leave her with your kids? So there's a little bit of a
double-edged sword.
Right?
Yeah. I don't know. I would be concerned about exposure for her husband. And I don't know if he has a lawyer, if he's going to be given any sort of immunity, because he is also a witness for the prosecution.
Yes.
So he's a witness for both sides. And now typically if he was just a witness for the defense, good luck trying to get immunity, from the other side. But since he's also their witness, I'm wondering whether there will be some sort of immunity, or at least, an attorney appointed to him. But you're right. He does have some exposure. That day, and this is part of the premeditation evidence for the prosecution, she sent him out to a further spot to pick up food, further than the normal place that they would get takeout from, and also sent him on a pharmacy errand. And so the whole idea that the prosecution,
she bought time.
To create the opportunity and the time to strangle her children. So, if you think your wife is that volatile mentally, wouldn't you just call Uber Eats as opposed to going out and picking up the food?
That's a really good point too, and I guess he is in a difficult situation. So I understand what she's saying there, that he's a witness for both. Do you guys think that he did something wrong, or was it just that he was not paying attention? Personally, I think that he might have been kind of, and this is just a theory, I haven't seen anything in particular yet. I think he might have been too reliant on the fact that she was just taking the medication, and I think also there was a lot of assumptions around the fact that she was a nurse, so that maybe she would understand these things better. So I feel like maybe he wasn't paying as much attention as he could have, even though he knew something was wrong. But at the same time, I don't know, it's difficult to know what he was actually seeing and what was actually being said to him. You know, maybe he's just not the type of person who would get so involved, but then again, you're a parent to kids who are in the care of this other person. Again, also really complicated as this case seems to go.
It's about in that moment, right?
Yeah,
To the doctor's point, is that it is completely likely, this isn't a 1 in a million within this genre of illness, where you can have a different feeling about somebody's character and nature in a given moment, doctor.
Yeah, it is what is happening at that moment with the particular illness, you know, what's happening. And again, it could be shrouded in what appears to be quite normal.
What is it? What is the simple definition for the lay people of a voice in the head? What is that really?
It's a hallucination. It's a, right. So again, psychosis is the line over not reality. You're outside of the norm of reality. And what we know about it is that there can be voices that come sort of inside the head from outside the head. You can be internally responding or stimulated by things that are happening within the brain that you think are actually real, right? This is a physiological or biological part of these illnesses. Now, you had mentioned before,
I just wanted to pause that if anybody wants to read it, because we were talking about it on one of the other shows. We were trying to figure out, like, what is this really? So postpartum psychosis is a mental health emergency. This condition affects a person's sense of reality, causing hallucinations, delusions, paranoia, or other behavior changes. Let me switch to a different screen. There we go. Or other behavior changes. In severe cases, people with PPP, postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, may attempt to harm themselves or their newborn. This condition is treatable, and early treatment increases the odds of a good outcome. Yeah, that's really difficult to read. But just in case anybody wanted a more concise definition of what it is, this comes from Cleveland Clinic. So you can screenshot it if you're interested.
can be drug induced, substance induced, and we separate that. I don't know if that was involved here. Generally, medications don't cause these kinds of things. They treat them. But this is part of what's generated in the brain and mind of somebody who has a psychotic illness, right? You can believe the TV has special messages for you, right? The paranoia comes from this. You can believe meaning is made from, the way planes are crossing in the sky. It's a message for you, right? These ideas of referencing you. There are all these different ways in which the mind, in lay terms, plays tricks on you. But you believe it.
Now, Sarah pointed out something that was
Chris,
really important.
sorry,
I'm going to give it back to you, Sarah, but I want to give you credit for something that I pushed you off of intentionally, okay? Because I wasn't ready for it yet. So there is good news in this analysis, okay? I'm walking us through this from the perspective of the system doesn't care. But there is evolution on this. And the original test that I learned, because I'm so old, I'm older than everybody. And when I was back, we were still doing the McNaughton test, which comes from British common law. And it was this simple, if you know what the action does, then you are responsible for the action. And it was very primitive. And we use it once in a while in New York, but most places are evolving. And Massachusetts was well ahead of the curve. And Sarah Azari tipped you off to this. And I cut her off because I didn't want her to make my conclusion before I was ready to get to it. But I am now in this point of the analysis because, as she told you earlier, Massachusetts doesn't follow the McNaughton rule. It has its own defense, which is called of lack of criminal responsibility. What's the difference? The difference is that instead of just, you know what this does and you did it, it's in this case that was actually, fairly long time ago, but it really had to make its way through appeals and stuff. But it happened back before the 1970s, like 1967 or something like that. But anyway, The standard shifted to this, and it's taken time for it to evolve, even with this case, to where it is today. At the time of the offense, which is the trick, right? Because of the lapsing in and out. At the time, not after, at the time, they had a mental disease or defect such that they lacked substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of the conduct, not the nature of the conduct, the wrongfulness, meaning what? They don't have the ability to conform conduct to required culture and law. And that is a huge distinction, Sarah Zari. Why?
Well, it's a broader test. It's a more defense-friendly test, and it's a two-prong that's disjunctive. So it's either the defense has to raise this by showing that either she didn't appreciate substantially the wrongfulness of her conduct because of a mental defect or disease, or that she couldn't conform her conduct to the law, not both. Whereas McNaughton is like flat out, not at all appreciating right from wrong or distinguishing between right and wrong. So McNaughton is far more narrow and harder to establish. So, she is in a jurisdiction that has a much better test for the defense. And again, it's so hard to try to take the jury inside of somebody's head, in January of 2023, but it is a circumstantial case. They look at the record, they look at her medicines, they look at her husband's testimony and how she deteriorated. And then the difficulty is confounded by looking at her in the trial, so poised and aware and like nothing's wrong with her, but because of the standard of proof and because of the record, the factual record, I see this, if I was going to read the tea leaves, as a not guilty by LCR.
Okay, that is very interesting, and I guess that's why at the beginning when it came to opening statements, I don't even remember which side it was. They said this is not about the Lindsay Clancy that you see before you today, and that's true. I mean, she's not the same person, right? In a sense. I mean, she is very attentive, quiet, composed. So that is weird. Good morning, Hopper. Thank you for joining. Thank you, Kitty. CJ is here in chat. And for anybody who's just coming in or doesn't know, we're waiting to see what happens with the proceedings, if they're going to resume testimony today. They are currently on an excursion or an outing. I don't know what it's called. They are going to look at specific scenes related to the case, and then they might resume later on today. In the meantime, we're watching this episode from Chris Cuomo, which is really, really interesting. I'm really glad that I played this one, like I said. Thanks, everyone.
But as you said, that doesn't mean that she goes free. And look, that's just part of the paradox here. Because look, why do we like to punish? Well, because it's our proxy for the agency of the victims. The crime is against the state. The crime is against the municipality, the government, but the victim is who motivates the advocacy beyond whatever the policy of the law is. And here, well, the mother can't suffer any more than she is going to every time she's cognizant of what she did. And the father is the only other person who could be nearly as injured, and he is with her. So that is a very tricky set of facts. This change in the law, doctor, comes down to what you can help us understand. So that 67 case was very tricky, and this is why it didn't really become the test for the state. It was really limited to that one case because it was irrepressible impulse. You are too young, but there was a sketch with Abbott and Costello called Slowly I Turned, which is where every time some hypnotist had put this in somebody's head, every time you would say a word, all of a sudden it would trigger you into being a killer. And they would go, slowly I turn. And it was a comedy sketch. Irrepressible impulse. I couldn't help myself in that moment. That case was the first time that Massachusetts law recognized that that's a thing. Why is it a thing? Why is an irrepressible impulse as opposed to that's just where you always feel?
Well, it is so not who she is. You look at this woman's history, you have to take the context into account. This is not who she was in her professional or personal life. It's such a cluster, right? It's such it's so dichotomous. It's hard to accept that this poised, beautiful woman could possibly feel this way inside her head. It's hard to get inside that head, but I think in a way you're sort of saying, get inside the head of someone who is feeling disconnected, disorganized, confused about reality as it relates to this specific thing, not everything, but this specific thing, and they believe it hook, line, and sinker, and they act because they are acting out what the mental illness is telegraphing. It is, I don't know, again, I don't know the word, an irresistible impulse. I don't know that doesn't make that much sense to me. It's more that the illness dictates this. It is well-known part of an illness like this, period.
Sarah, whether she is found guilty or not.
I understand what she's saying, and she's here to speak from a medical perspective. So I understand that she's not speaking legally, but legally speaking, that's actually terrifying. That there could actually be this argument that the mental illness is what's acting this out. There's absolutely no responsibility on the person who did the crime. I don't think it can be all that either. There has to be some kind of knowing, even when a person is really sick.
Not guilty. Does she wind up in the same place?
Well, if she's found guilty of first-degree murder, by the way, there's two ways the prosecution can get to first-degree murder in Massachusetts. They can get to it through premeditation, but they can also get through it through atrocity and cruelty, which is the whole idea of her strangulating the kids with the exercise bands, having the opportunity to stop and not stopping, right? So there's two ways to get to it. If she gets convicted, it's a first-degree murder conviction. She gets LWOP. She goes to prison, never sees the light of day. Very tragic.
The judge can't send her to the same hospital that he would send her to otherwise?
No. She can get treatment in prison.
But she's going to prison.
But she's going to prison. And then if she's acquitted because of LCR, then she goes through an observation period of, I think it's like 40 days, but they could waive that because she's already been in a jail hospital for a period of time. And then the prosecution has 60 days during which they come back to petition her commitment. The initial period of commitment is 6 months. And then thereafter, good luck, because every year they're going to repetition her commitment and try to keep her there for the rest of her life. And what's insane to me, no pun intended, is that, even if the facility medical director says, okay, fine, 10 years have gone by, she's okay, she's not a harm to anybody or herself, she should be released, the judge can still keep her in there. So there's no quiet release. Everybody has to be on board.
Yeah. Doc, final thought about postpartum is common. The degree varies greatly. My understanding is from other clinicians that it is still something that is very commonly missed or confused as something else by mothers. Why, and what do you do?
Well, the number we typically quote is 1 in 5, 20% of women will experience some kind of perinatal, so pregnant or postpartum mental illness. Upwards of 80% go undiagnosed and untreated. The stigma, the shame, people don't talk about it, or medical profession or healthcare professions aren't asking about it. And the fact that there's such conflation with, when you're pregnant or postpartum, the first 4 signs and symptoms of depression, sleep, appetite, energy, concentration, those are all disturbed. Those are also disturbed, but they're disturbed when you're pregnant and postpartum, and they're disturbed when you're depressed. So it gets confusing to identify this. But the important thing to know is if you can and access treatment, it's so treatable. This should not happen. These illnesses are super treatable. And that's what we do all day long at the Motherhood Center. We treat postpartum psychosis. We treat the women coming out of the hospitals. We see this all the time. And it takes time. And they may be in the community smoldering, not able to sort of get the treatment they need, but usually don't end up killing themselves or others. But we can treat that.
I don't know if because I know that earlier on in the episode she was kind of defending doctors and stuff. I don't know if that's any help what she just said, because it's treatable. She's saying this should not have happened. Of course it should not have happened, but she's speaking like this person wasn't seeing doctors and she was. So it's not like it just she went not noticing it. Like there were professionals involved. She was explaining what was going on, from what we understand. I also wanted to let you guys know that I think they're going to be resuming at 1 o'clock Eastern. I just see some other shows set to go off at that time, so I think that maybe they have information that that's when they might resume. Maybe. We'll see. We'll be here though.
We have to be able to diagnose it, talk about it, educate, be aware, and then we can do it. We can help these people get back to normal living.
But to me, as I'm not a doctor, I just know being around individuals like my own sister taking psychotropic drugs for depression, for example. There was a period of time where those cocktails were not, the doctors couldn't get it right. They had all the good intentions. Yeah. And so that's right. It's trial and error, which is, it was scary. I mean, it's scary because
further along, right? There isn't research, there isn't money put towards women's mental health, right? This is a real lack in the system and in our society to value.
I think their health altogether, not just their mental health.
It's all physical and mental, and that's all one. But it is trial and error, and it's the pharmacogenetics of it. We're all going to respond differently to the same medication. So you got to try. And so you'll be cross tapering from one to another, and someone is not treated in that acute phase when you're trying to get to stability.
When you get ignorance and patriarchal, right, which is a different type of chauvinism and bias, you wind up with a system where we are in a situation right now where you start with the premise that, well, look, no woman does something like this, okay? No woman in their right mind, no mother does anything like this. But we're now going to tell you about a system that ignores the needs of women in times of crisis so that they're more susceptible to being exactly this kind of woman that we're saying doesn't exist. And that is our reality. That oxymoronic paradox of we have this standard, but we do nothing to support the standard.
That's gaslighting. I mean,
and that's where you wind up where we are. All right, this was very helpful. Thank you for walking me through it this way, clinically and legally. I appreciate you both for it.
It's great to be with you.
It's good to meet you, Dr. Berndorf. Thank you for helping me, Sarah. I love you forever. I can't say how long because you get mad at me.
Love you a long time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So you can understand the dilemma, right? Of, well, did she know? Did she not know? And what is crime and neurosis and psychosis? And even without getting in the weeds, you can kind of understand what was going on with Lindsay. You can understand it. I think you can understand it better from the defense perspective than from the prosecution's perspective, but we'll see how it plays out. And you can understand the fix that the prosecutor's in. 3 dead kids, you're going to let it go? And you can understand, having to judge that. Can you understand being the father and the guilt of leaving and staying away? Doesn't matter why. You weren't there. The people who matter most to you in the world are gone. And the woman who mattered most to you in the world did it. The one who gave you the people who matter most to you in the world. And then processing what you have lost, which is everything that matters to you.
Mm-hmm.
And having a situation where you see the mother for the sick person that they were and probably are, you understand it, and you react to it in a way where you not only forgive, but you want to advocate for her, and you are up to doing it. That is tremendous. Even as a father, as a longtime parent, right? And an old guy, I have always had a hard time understanding this when I covered the Yates case. And Rusty Yates, who I've interviewed before, Andrea Yates' then husband, and how he lived through it, how he processed it, how he survived it, how he came to see Andrea Yates and why it happened the way he did, and what it means to him today when he sees this case. Rusty, thank you. It's good to see you again.
Thank you for having me on.
When you first learned about this case, how did it impact you?
Well, I mean, my perspective is a little different. I think this has happened sporadically for a while. You know, there's a case here, a case there. I mean, I had people contact me who'd lost loved ones before this happened in our family, you know, and it's kind of like getting struck by lightning. It's like not a
common occurrence.
Not that common, but it happens, you know. So as far as surviving, I think that's a good word, surviving. It's and I think we're all a little bit different, you know, like some people, you know, fundamentally we're gonna handle and process loss differently, you know. So I try to withhold judgment of people who respond differently than I do, recognizing that we're all a little different. You know, I see things differently than most, and other people see things differently than I do. That's just part of being human. So
how did you come to understand what had happened to your children and why it happened?
That's a good question. Really, it was from almost the beginning, because when the tragedy occurred and I was sitting outside the house crying, kind of going between crying and I would say, how could you do this? I don't understand. How could you do this? I don't understand. I said that over and over and over again. And then it kind of clicked. I was like, oh yeah, there is this thing. There is this thing where women can unexpectedly kind of snap, or whatever you want to call it, and harm themselves or others. And my heart just sunk, you know, because I'm like, wow, that I knew that could happen. And I actually knew it was called psychosis. I think what I didn't realize is that what that looks like. You know, I saw it like, okay, you know, someone, you know, strips their clothes off, runs down the street and calls themselves Jesus or something, right? That's psychosis. It isn't kind of quietly trying to stay composed while dealing with all these crazy thoughts. You know, what your guest said earlier, I think is exactly true. The way I understand it is, it's very much like having a dream overlaid on your reality, like elements of a dream overlaid on your reality, so that you can't really tell what's real and what's not. So if they see spiders on the wall and slap the wall, to us, that wouldn't seem quite appropriate, right? Because they're just slapping a wall. But they literally saw spiders. I mean, it's actually activating the vision part of the brain. It's like, it's every bit as real to them as the rest of the world.
So Rusty, giving the people who aren't as familiar with your situation some context. Andrea Yates was not new to mental illness. She had a history of mental illness and multiple hospitalizations and different attempts. How did you rationalize what was going on with her and what it meant for her being around the kids?
Oh, at that time, yeah. Well, my understanding was she'd been depressed. She had postpartum depression, which, and she had in 2 years prior, after Luke was born, she had thoughts of suicide, right, during that time. Never in the course of time did she have any thoughts of harming our children, or at least that was never captured or stated or anything like that. As far as how she appeared, it was kind of like someone who's trying to compose themselves. She did have moments like your guest said earlier, where she kind of waxed and waned, where sometimes she was really kind of in a catatonic state. She might have been shaking, picking at her hair, stuff like that. But then other times she was more conversant, more functional. And so I think that was another tricky thing about understanding where she was at. It was a moving target. It wasn't a constant for months. It was kind of like, all right, how is she today? And honestly, it's a lot the same today. When I call her or visit her, it's, which Andrea am I getting today? It's kind of sad.
But no version of Andrea in your experience had been one that you ever considered a danger to your kids.
Exactly. No. In fact, it was completely the opposite, because she's such a loving, giving, caring person. If they ever scraped their knee, they weren't running to me, they were running to her, because she'd dote on them and hold them and put a Band-Aid on it, even if there was no scar, So, whereas I might say, hey, I don't see any blood, get back after it, So, that was her, though. And so kind of what you said earlier, it's the person in the world that you trust most. And I think that's one of the hardest things to deal with, that level of betrayal. Because do you ever want to put yourself in that position again where you could trust somebody to that degree, where you might be betrayed again?
So the decision to testify on her behalf for the defense in the trial, how hard was that?
It was an easy decision. I was going to do what I could to help her. I think while I was on the stand, I just shook my head, because I thought this whole thing is kind of like what you alluded to earlier. It's a complete waste of time. It's like, it's cruel, it's wasteful, it makes absolutely zero sense. And, through the years, I've kind of come to realize that what we have is a legal system, not a justice system. And if we treat it like that, then it makes sense. Then it's like, okay, maybe it tries to find justice occasionally, but really it's a legal system.
It's interesting. Yes, that distinction is drawn and is fair a lot. It's certainly imperfect. It's certainly It certainly is imperfect. Let's just leave it at that. The interesting pushback to your assessment of this being an ineffective use of resources and emotion, the usual pushback is, oh yeah, say that to Rusty Yates. Say that to the father of those kids. And now see, but you are the father of those kids. And
Exactly.
you're saying it. So how did you get over your sense of loss and pain? And enable yourself to see it differently?
I don't think those are really the same thing, getting over loss and pain. And I think that's what people can get confused, that, hey, if you support Andrea, then you don't really care. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. I think it's been 25 years and I'm still, I'd say, pretty close to getting back to where I was before the loss. I mean, it's devastating, and it isn't just the kids. It's Andrea. You know, it's not always easy to find a good partner, and she and I really were good together. And also hopes and dreams. You know, you have a vision for where your life's going to go, how you're going to live it out. That's gone all in one day, right? So I treat those sort of as separate. My support of Andrea stems from, it's really pretty simple. It's the analogy I give of, okay, say I'm driving the kids along in our Suburban, I have a heart attack and swerve into oncoming traffic and everyone dies but me. You know, what on earth good would it do to prosecute me? It would make zero sense. It wouldn't serve as a deterrent. It wouldn't serve as justice. It wouldn't serve as anything. That's kind of how I view Andrea's case. She got sick. You know, if it wasn't for her sickness, right, this would never have happened. And so I don't even see how it's possible, or, you know, to try to blame someone like her.
All right, SuperThanks. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including all 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're now going to return, as I told you before, to the Commonwealth's case, and I'll ask the Commonwealth to call their next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Mark Anthony Maffio to the stand.
Okay, so we're back with court, everyone, and we'll get back to that episode afterwards. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
All right, good morning, sir.
Your Honor.
All right, Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury your first and last name, please?
Yes, Mark Anthony Maffio.
And how about spelling your last name for the purpose of the record?
Maffeo.
And where are you employed, sir?
Duxbury Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer?
12 years.
And has your career been with the Duxbury Department, or did you work anywhere else?
I worked in Rockland and Cohasset prior to Duxbury.
So how long have you been at Duxbury Police?
9 years.
9?
Yes.
What's your current rank or assignment at the Duxbury Police Department?
Patrol sergeant.
And I'm going to draw your attention back to January of 2023. What was your assignment then?
A detective.
Were you working on January 24th of 2023?
I was not. I was called into work.
Okay, so who contacted you?
At the time, it was Detective Sergeant Jamali.
And is that the normal course in Duxbury when a larger incident or investigation occurs, that sometimes you'd be called in to work a scene if you're not on shift?
Yes.
And Detective Jamali, where did he tell you to go?
Initially was reported, I believe it was 42 South Summer Street in Duxbury.
And so do you recall if you went to that location?
I did.
When you arrived there, was the scene still active, meaning there were still kind of ambulances and everything on scene?
Yes.
Did you go into the house?
Not at that time, no.
Were you advised when you arrived on scene that one of the parties was being sent to the South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And so as a result of that information, what did you do?
I was then tasked with going down to South Shore Hospital.
Now, when you went to South Shore Hospital, did you know the party that was going to be transported there?
Yes.
Who was the party that you were going to meet?
I was advised it was one of the homeowners, Lindsay Clancy.
And you later became aware that the home at 47 Summer Street was the home of Patrick and Lindsay Clancy, correct?
That's correct.
And again, you were also later made aware that they had the 3 children.
Correct.
Were you advised of where the 3 children were?
Yes.
And how about the husband? Were you advised of where Patrick Clancy was?
I was.
As far as the people transported to South Shore Hospital, you came to learn that only Lindsay Clancy was sent to that location, correct?
That's correct.
Did you expect somebody else to be arriving there?
Initially, before I had left the residence, it was a little bit of confusion. They thought that the husband was also being transported to South Shore.
And at some point, were you later advised that that ambulance was turned around and sent to Beth Israel in Plymouth?
Correct.
So when you were at the South Shore Hospital, did you have an opportunity to observe Lindsay Clancy?
I did.
In what condition was she when you observed her at South Shore Hospital?
She appeared sedated and unconscious with several lacerations to her arms and neck.
I have no objection to the photograph.
Thank you.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you 4 photographs real quick. If you could take a look at those.
Yep.
Do you recognize the individual in these photographs?
I do.
And were you present when these photographs were taken?
I don't recall.
Okay. As far as the condition that the person in these photographs was in, do you recall this to be a fair and accurate representation of what she looked like?
Yes.
I would ask to note these as the next board.
right, those may be admitted.
Through 113. Sir, if I could just draw your attention to the screen beside you. I'm showing you now what's been marked as Exhibit 110, and who is the individual depicted in this photograph?
Lindsay Clancy.
And it's, those are the injuries that you observed that day of her on her neck?
Correct.
And showing you on the screen what's been marked as Exhibit number 111. Again, is that Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
And the injuries that you observed on January 24th on her neck?
Correct.
And 112, Exhibit 112, in the middle of this photograph with an arm extended, there are some cuts in a cut in the middle. Did you observe those on January 24th as well?
I did.
And finally, Exhibit 113, that would be the other arm. Did you observe those cuts to that arm?
Yes.
Now, in addition to observing her at South Shore Hospital, did you do anything to collect potential evidence that day?
I did.
And what did you do?
I gathered, I believe they were already had been removed from the hospital staff, clothing, pants, shirt, I believe it was a scarf, and wedding bands.
Okay. May I approach again?
You may.
I'm just going to show you 7 photographs. If you could take a look at those. Are these 7 photographs familiar to you? Are the items depicted in these photographs familiar?
Yes.
I'd move to admit this is the next exhibit, please.
Any objection?
I have no objection to any of the photographs.
They may be admitted.
It should be 114, 7. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Reporter.
Now, sir, the items that you then collected, you said that they were provided to you. Who gave them to you?
It was one of the hospital staff.
Okay, and so in examining those, you would agree that those items have been cut off of the individual?
Correct.
And so after taking custody of those particular items, did other law enforcement arrive at South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And who arrived?
Trooper Lawler from the Mass State Police and Officer Lepard from the Duxbury Police.
And again, you had been at the scene at 47 Summer Street, correct?
Correct.
And then you went to South Shore Hospital. Were other members of the Duxbury Department at the Summer Street address and at other locations during the time you were at the hospital?
I would believe so, but I'm not positive.
And were you aware that the state police had become involved in this case?
Yes.
And based on your experience as a Duxbury officer, do you sometimes work in tandem with the state police on certain types of investigations?
We do.
And so when Trooper Lawler arrived at the hospital, did you turn over these items to him?
I did.
Now, In the time that you were at the South Shore Hospital, did you have the opportunity to speak at all with Lindsay Clancy?
No.
In the time that you observed her, was she responsive at all?
No.
Was she in custody at that point?
I would say yes.
Well, let me ask you this. As far as when a person is placed in custody, you usually advise them that they are, correct?
Correct.
I don't hear him saying that he's not sure. His answer was yes. All right. I understand what the government.
Sustain.
When your department has somebody in custody, is it protocol to have an officer stay with that individual?
Yes.
And in this case, was somebody assigned to stay with Lindsay Clancy?
Yes.
At the time you were at the hospital, was that your role?
Yes.
At some point, did someone else from your department come to keep watch?
Yes.
Who was that person?
I believe it was Officer Lepard. I know Officer Broderick was also assisting. I can't recall if he arrived at the hospital as well.
Okay, but you recall Officer Lepard?
Yes.
And once the scene was secured at South Shore Hospital, did you leave?
I did.
And where did you go?
Back to the address in Duxbury.
And that would be 47 Summer Street, correct? I think you might have said 42 at one point.
You're right. Yep. 47 Summer.
And at the residence at 47 Summer Street, did you assist other Duxbury officers in securing the scene upon the arrival of the crime scene services?
Yes.
Were you present when the Massachusetts State Police Detectives Unit executed a search warrant at 47 Summer Street?
I was.
And was that kind of later that night into the early morning hours of the 25th?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Counsel?
Could I see the exhibits that were just introduced? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Morning.
Morning.
I've got a couple of other photographs that I'd like to, just since you were at the hospital at South Shore, if I could.
Sure.
Is that what Lindsay's condition was when you went in the hospital and saw her?
I don't recall those being on her legs, but I'm not 100% sure. But other than that, yes.
Other than that, yes.
Correct.
So I would offer that if I could.
Any objections?
May we approach?
Sure, yeah. All right, that may be admitted. Sure, yeah, if you want to do that.
You at some point had a chance to take a look at her face, I imagine, sir.
Correct.
Is that fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
And she was unconscious at that point, was she not?
That's correct.
About this joint.
All right, that may be admitted.
And this, you said that there was some cuts on her wrist. That's a fair and accurate depiction.
Correct.
And cuts on the neck as well.
Correct.
And from the other side, right from the front.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
All right. All right, those photos may be admitted.
Thank you. And I'm just showing you another exhibit. This would have already been introduced into evidence, and this would be Exhibit 112. And this would also depict the area of the wrist. Is that correct?
Correct.
That was likewise Exhibit 111 also shows the cuts on the neck. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, when you went to the house, you were a detective at this point, correct?
Correct.
And obviously, you're working in tandem at this time with the state police. They were also investigating, right?
Correct.
But you were the detective for the town of Duxbury.
One of them, yes.
One of them, okay. And one of the things counsel had asked you about was the clothing that Lindsay was wearing, and it was cut off, right?
Correct.
So I'm just going to show you and ask if this appears to be a fair and accurate rendition of, for example, one of her items of clothing.
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't know that, so I'm just going to make sure it's in, that's all. Does that show that there's blood on that item of clothing?
Not that I see.
Okay. Was there some type of residue of paint or something on the clothing, if you recall?
I don't recall, no.
No. Did you notice on the pants any blood on the jeans? Well, if you recall.
I don't recall, no.
How about the, I guess it would be the top that was worn? Did you notice any blood on that?
No.
Was there a bra that was cut off, if you recall?
Yes, there was.
And the blood seeped through the clothing into the bra itself? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that would be obviously from outside the clothing and then into the bra that was being worn, right?
Correct.
Off of these, Judge?
Any objection?
They're already in evidence. They've been marked, so I don't see that it's necessary to mark them again. They're the same photographs.
Well, I'll trust the representation there in evidence. I don't want to vote the court. So if they're already in evidence, then that's good
I
enough.
just submitted them through Sergeant Mark.
But the bottom line is that you do agree that there was certainly blood on the interior and exterior clothing that she was wearing, right?
That's correct.
You'd also agree, sir, that there was blood in the area from the outside of the backyard directly underneath the window. Is that correct? Do you agree with that if you remember looking at it?
That is correct.
This way. The ground, the snow, and the leaves that were underneath, of course, there were a lot of people walking around, but you could see the blood
Correct.
directly underneath the window, right?
Back window.
You notice blood that was on the window sill itself on the second floor, one mark on that window ledge.
Yes.
You also noted blood that at some point had gone onto the two shingles that were in the area underneath that ledge, underneath that window, right?
Correct.
Cut off of the blood on the floor, on the ground with the EMT documents.
No objection.
All right, that may be admitted.
Thank you. Now, the state police went and got a search warrant, right?
Correct.
And you were there when they were searching.
Correct.
You guys were helping out, obviously. It was a group effort to search the house for relevant or material evidence, right?
Correct.
Now, one of the things that was seized were pill bottles, is that right?
Correct.
You know why they were seized?
I do not.
Did you seize any pill bottles?
I do not.
Were you there when the state police seized the pill bottles?
I was.
Do you recall that the pill bottles were seized from, for example, in the kitchen? You opened up a cabinet and they were right on, a bunch of them lined up on a shelf.
I can't attest to that. I wasn't present for that.
Why don't I ask you this? Where did they get the pill bottles from?
You'd have to ask them. I wasn't there when they seized the bottles.
You weren't there when
I wasn't in that room. We were in
Okay.
multiple rooms at a time.
So I may stand corrected. I'm sorry. If I thought I asked you if you were there when the state police was seizing the bottles, and I thought you said you were.
I was in the house, correct.
In the house, but you weren't there when they were seizing anything.
Correct.
How about up in the bedroom? Did you go up in the bedroom?
I did.
Did you observe the blood on the floor?
I did.
You observed when you went in the bedroom, it was very cold, right?
Yes.
Obviously, because the window was open, right?
Correct.
And when you went into the bedroom, you made observations as a detective of certain items, such as, does this appear to be a fair, accurate rendition of the floor, blood drops on the floor?
It does.
In the bedroom?
Yes.
Is this a indication of the bed itself, the right side of the bed, additional blood that was located on the floor next to the boots?
Yes.
Does this appear to be the nightstand that was next to the bed?
It does.
And do you see what's on top of the nightstand?
Yes.
What's on top of the nightstand?
There's 2 cups, a knife, looks like a jar or something, and maybe a clock.
Okay. Also blood drops?
Correct.
This is a additional photograph moving farther down towards the right side of the bed.
Correct.
This is a close-up of the knife that was on the nightstand, as well as the little cup that was there, and something that says deep sleep pillow spray. Do you see that?
Yep.
And that was on that top of the furniture, correct?
Correct.
And this again is an area depicting various items of clothing. It looks like a little headband, a wire, perhaps to charge a phone, and blood on the floor.
Correct.
And this shows the location of the bed. Additional photograph of the blood towards the end of the bed, and also the area of the window, right?
Correct.
What off of these, Judge?
No, back to that photograph.
Can I see counsel in regards? That may be a minute.
Just for clarification, this is also showing a different angle, but basically the boots that I already showed you and the blood, showing that the blood kind of follows through along the edge of the bed, the furniture, and then up to the wall.
correct.
Was there also, like, if you recall, one of those full-length mirrors?
I don't recall.
No. I don't.
All right. Any objection on that? All right, those pictures may be admitted.
So you had nothing to do?
Hold on a second, counsel. Just gonna mark these.
Don't have a memory of looking in the cabinet in the kitchen and seeing a number of journals or spiral-bound notebooks and books?
Correct.
Was that pretty much the extent of your involvement with this case that night?
That night, yes.
And you really didn't get involved with any further investigation on this matter as far as seizing evidence, except for what you've testified to, right?
We did seize, I located a laptop in the hallway closet,
Okay,
and that was, I believe, seized by the state police as well.
okay. Anything else you recall? How about, do you remember when you guys were searching or you watched the state police searching, did they open up drawer to the nightstand that was next to the bed with a number of pill bottles in it?
Again, I wasn't present when that was taken, so I can't attest to that.
How about Apple Watch, no?
I don't recall.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, can you redirect?
Just briefly.
Sure.
Sir, when you were at the hospital with Lindsay Clancy, with the defendant, were the medical staff in the emergency department actively treating the wounds to her neck and her wrists?
No, they were not.
And when you came back to the home at 47 Summer Street to secure the scene and wait for crime scene services, nobody went into the house that didn't need to be there before crime scene services, correct?
Correct.
And that, in your experience, is that normal?
Yes.
And so were you present when any of the photographs that were shown to you by defense counsel were taken?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So your testimony today about those photos is your best memory of what the scene looked like at that time?
Yes.
And as far as your role in the search warrant execution, fair to say there were quite a number of state police, Duxbury officers, as well as crime scene troopers on scene in the house during that. And each person, did they have their own kind of role in what they were doing?
Correct.
And did you kind of stay to your area?
Yes.
And you indicated that you only found a laptop in the first floor closet, correct?
Correct.
And so any of the other manners in which the rooms were searched, you were not a part of?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
You didn't have to stay to your area as a detective in the Duxbury Police Department, did you?
Correct.
So you were able to go and assist with the search and go into the different rooms and look for potential evidence, right?
That's correct.
And do you remember approximately how many Duxbury police officers were in or about the house, either outside, on the porch, on the deck, in the house, downstairs, upstairs?
I don't.
Would it be more than 10?
No, I wouldn't say more than 10.
How about state police? You remember how many there were of them?
No.
So all told, when you consider that, the sheriff's department wasn't there too, were they, if you recall?
No,
Okay.
they were
Sometimes
not.
they send them to take pictures.
No.
I don't know if they, okay. Would you agree that there were probably more than 10 officers from state police and Duxbury police that would be doing this investigation?
Correct.
All right. A number of police cruisers, and then you have perhaps, just asking, the yellow tape,
Yes.
crime scene, don't pass it and all that.
Correct.
Now, if I was, for example, to show up and pull up in my car and get out, and they're not going to let me wander in the house and look around, are they?
Correct.
I mean, that's just for law enforcement officers only until they clear the scene.
Correct.
That's after they execute their search warrants and find whatever evidence is relevant, in their opinion,
Correct.
that they seize, right?
Yes.
Once the scene is clear, then people are able to go back into the home, right?
Right.
And you don't know, I would imagine, when they cleared the scene.
Correct.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Anything on that?
Nothing.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your
Step
Honor.
down. Thank you. Attorney Buckingham.
Oh, Richard Lepard.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you start right here, raise your right hand for the clerk?
All right, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon, sir.
All right. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Richard Lepard,
And can you spell your last name for the record?
Lippard.
And how are you employed?
I work for the Duxbury Police Department.
And how long have you been a police officer?
6.5 years.
Have you worked for Duxbury the entire time, or did you work someplace else?
The entire time.
What's your current assignment at the Duxbury Police?
Patrolman.
Back in January of 2023, were you also on patrol then?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working the day of January 24th, 2023?
Yes.
At some point while you were on shift that day, were you asked to assist in an ongoing investigation for an incident that occurred at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
Yes. I was called back in.
You were called back in?
Yep.
Had you finished your shift?
Yes, ma'am.
And so where were you asked to go?
To the police department.
When you came to the police department, where did they direct you to go as far as the investigation went?
South Shore Hospital in Weymouth.
And so when you arrived at South Shore Hospital, was there already another Duxbury officer there?
Detective Mafia was there.
Okay. And what was the purpose of you going to South Shore Hospital?
To overwatch the person in custody.
Okay. And did you learn who that person was?
Yes.
And fair to say that individual was a woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
What were your observations of her when you were at South Shore Hospital?
She seemed to be sedated, not speaking or anything on the hospital bed, just laying there.
And excuse me, when you were there or during the time that you were there, did you ever have any conversation with her?
No.
Did she remain unresponsive during the time that you were there?
Yes.
And were you also there when somebody came in and took some photographs of her?
I do not recall.
Were medical staff tending to her during the time that you were with her?
Yes.
Where in the South Shore Hospital was this? The emergency department or someplace else?
Emergency department.
And shortly after you were there observing her, did she or did the doctors indicate she was going to be transported someplace else?
Yes.
Where was she going to go?
That she was going to be med-flighted to the Brigham in Boston.
And other than yourself or other law enforcement and medical staff, did anyone speak with her at the South Shore Hospital?
No.
And when you, when she was transported to the hospital in Boston, did you go along with the transport?
Yes.
Do you remember how she was transported?
It was a med-flight helicopter.
So you rode in the helicopter with her?
Yes.
And when you arrived at the Brigham in Boston, where did she go there?
She went to the emergency room.
Did you remain with her during that time period?
Correct.
And was there anyone else with you at the Brigham with her?
Officer Broderick.
And so the two of you were, what was your role?
Just to overwatch and stay with her.
At any point when you were with her at the Brigham, did she ever, was she ever awake or responsive?
No, not to my knowledge.
And how long were you at the Brigham with her?
About 15 to 16 hours.
Okay, so fair to say it was over the course of that night into the next morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Over the course of the night into the next morning, do you observe her medical status change?
There was some type of medical code during the nighttime. I'm not sure what it was.
Okay, but you were present in the room when that happened?
Yes, we were outside the room.
Outside?
Yeah.
And the next morning, when your shift concluded, did somebody else from the Duxbury Police Department come and relieve you?
Yes.
During the time that you were there, did anyone besides medical staff or the law enforcement officers that you were with interact with the defendant?
No.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Reddington.
Morning.
Morning.
Afternoon. So, young man working for the town of Duxbury, and you were detailed to the home initially, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't go to the house at all?
No, sir.
Okay, you went directly to South Shore.
Correct.
And when you were at South Shore, your purpose was to, as you say, overwatch. Well, that basically is she was in custody at that point, right?
Correct.
So one of your obligations is to, I guess, guard the unconscious person and make sure to do what? Just to stand there?
Correct.
Okay. And you did in the South Shore Hospital, right?
Yes, sir.
And you made your observations of her, bandaged or whatever, laying in the bed, and she was not conscious, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, the decision was made medically that they were going to have her med flighted to the Boston Hospital, Brigham and Women's, right?
Correct.
And that was by way of the helicopter.
Yes, sir.
You had a helicopter ride into Boston with her, right?
Yes, sir.
You were overwatching her in the helicopter again, right?
Yes, sir.
She still had not gained consciousness at all.
Correct.
She wasn't talking to you or medical staff or anybody, right?
Correct.
She was already had the tubes and stuff in her mouth coming out, and she was bandaged up and wrapped up and basically laying down in the gurney in the helicopter, right?
Yes, sir.
So when she gets to Brigham and Women's Hospital, they bring her into the emergency room, right?
Yes.
And that room was loaded with equipment, boxes, wires, tubes, buzzing beeps, lights, things of that nature, right?
Yes.
Life-saving equipment that was in there, right?
Yes.
Very small room, wasn't it?
Yes.
Kind of hard to maneuver.
There was enough space for the medical staff to maneuver.
All right. And how many police officers were overwatching the unconscious person while she was in the emergency room at Brigham and Women?
2.
That would be you and the other officer from Duxbury.
Yes, sir.
At what point did the state police officers arrive in the hospital?
I don't recall them coming to the hospital.
Did you ever see state police in the hospital?
Possibly at South Shore Hospital, but not in Boston.
So you're in Brigham and Women's, off of the helicopter into the emergency room for a day, is that correct?
Correct, 16 hours.
Did you go back there again after that day?
To South Shore Hospital?
No, Brigham and Women's Hospital.
No.
So you're limited to the time that you were there as to you and your brother officer were there in the room with her, correct?
Yes.
And a number of nurses and doctors, right?
Yes.
Fair to say it was chaos. It was like bedlam in that room, wasn't it?
Yes, very busy.
And you don't remember any other police officers? How about internal police officers from Brigham and Women's Hospital? Do you recall them being there?
There may have been security, but I do not recall.
So is it your testimony that you do not recall any other police being in that room or outside the room when you were there?
Correct.
Now, at some point, police were detailed, if you know, to sit outside the room to guard the door. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what were you guarding against?
Objection.
No, overall.
Anybody coming to visit?
Right, because nobody was allowed to visit, right?
Correct.
And then while you were there in the early morning hours, about 2:24 or something like that, there was, as you said to the jury, a code, right?
Yes.
And again, that kind of amped up the bedlam at that point, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
There were people running from all over, and you could hear on the microphone, code blue, with the room being identified, right?
Yes.
And that meant that she was dead or dying, right?
Yes.
She was chained to the hospital bed too, wasn't she?
I do not recall her being handcuffed.
You don't?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you recall when you left?
The Brigham, sir?
Yes.
The next morning around 10, from what I remember.
Okay. And you were relieved by who?
Officer Daly from the Duxbury Police Department and Officer Johnson from the Duxbury Police Department.
All right, so you've got 2 Duxbury police officers. And there, to your memory, were there any other law enforcement officers?
Not with them, no.
How about on their own? Did you observe other law enforcement officers come in that room or outside the room?
No, sir.
And then that was the end of your shift and you left?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. Counsel, anything further?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Please sit down. Thank you.
Commonwealth calls Dr. Mark Henowitz.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I'm just voting object to this, agree the circumstances. And
Do we want to go to sidebar?
Yeah, please. Would you?
Thanks for being here, everyone. Welcome to Sidebar. I did hear them say that the next witness is a doctor or somebody, so if that's the start of the medical team starting to testify, I don't know if it's from the hospital or previous medical care, or maybe some of the experts to talk about mental health and stuff like that, but that should be really interesting.
All right. Attorney Sprague, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, Doctor.
Afternoon, sir.
If I may?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Mark Joseph Tenerowicz, MarkJoseph
And what is your date of birth, sir?
2/28/69.
What do you do for a living?
I was an emergency physician. I'm currently not acting as an emergency physician.
What do you currently do?
I do disability review for the state of Rhode Island.
And so directing your attention back to January of 2023, were you an emergency room physician at that time?
Yes, I was.
And where did you work?
Beth Israel Deaconess, Plymouth.
And could you briefly describe for the jurors your educational background and the training that you underwent to qualify to be an emergency room physician?
I did my undergraduate education at Trinity College. I did a one-year post-baccalaureate pre-medical program at Bryn Mawr College. I then got my medical degree from Brown University, and I did my residency in emergency medicine at UMass Memorial in Worcester.
And when you finished your education and training, did you work in emergency care after that point up until you changed positions?
I worked in emergency medicine from 1997 until May of 2025.
And directing your attention to January 24th, 2023, were you working in the evening hours that day?
I was.
And at some point in time, did you treat a child named Dawson Clancy?
Yes.
How did he arrive at the hospital?
He arrived by fire department ambulance.
And when he arrived, were you given a summary of his injuries by emergency personnel?
Yes.
What did you learn at that time?
I was told that he reportedly had been strangled and he was found without a pulse and not breathing.
And what observations did you make of Dawson yourself?
When he arrived, he had a breathing tube in. They had placed a device into the bone of his leg to give him intravenous fluids and medicines. CPR was in progress. He was not breathing on his own and he had no pulse and was not responding.
And did you observe any trauma to his body?
I believe there were some old appearing bruises on his legs and there was some ruptured blood vessels on his face.
And did you observe anything in the area of his neck?
Not that I can recall.
And what did you do to treat Dawson?
We continued CPR. We continued to give him IV fluids. We gave him doses of adrenaline to try and restart his heart. We confirmed that the breathing tube was in the right position. We eventually gave medicines to treat the presumed acid buildup in his blood. We gave him calcium to make sure that his heart would, if it started again, would beat effectively. And that's what we did.
And how did you go about making sure that the breathing apparatus was in place properly?
Basically 4 ways. We detected carbon dioxide in the air coming out of his lungs, which usually just comes from the lungs. I listened and could hear breath sounds. I looked with a video laryngoscope to confirm that the tube was between the vocal cords going into the lungs, and we did an x-ray.
And when you say you were hearing breath sounds, was that him breathing on his own or something else breathing for him?
That it was someone breathing for him, squeezing the bag attached to the breathing tube.
Okay. And so that the breath sounds you heard just confirmed that whoever was squeezing the bag valve mask, the air from that was going into the lungs and then carbon dioxide was coming out?
He was not breathing spontaneously.
Okay. And are you, while all of this is happening, are you continuing to assess him and his condition?
Yes.
And what were your assessments?
So we would stop periodically every several minutes to very briefly check to see if he was breathing on his own or if he had a pulse. And he was not at any point. At one point, towards the end of the resuscitation, I used an ultrasound to determine if his heart was beating effectively, and there was no evidence of that.
Okay. And based on your training and experience, at some point in time, did you make a determination that your efforts weren't going to be successful?
I did, based on the time from when resuscitative efforts started in the field by the paramedics and the time that we put in, and the fact that despite the best resuscitative efforts we could, the fluids, the medicines, the CPR, breathing for him, it did not look like his heart would ever start again.
Approximately how long did you and your team work on Dawson?
I believe we worked on Dawson about 40 minutes in addition to what the paramedics had done previously.
At any point in time, did you try to use a defibrillator?
I did not.
And why is that?
He was unfortunately never in a heart rhythm that would have made defibrillation an effective treatment.
So your heart has to be in a certain condition for a defibrillator to even work?
Yes, there are 2 heart rhythms, basically equivalent of the heart, that if you use a defibrillator, you can restore a rhythm that makes the heart beat effectively. He was never in one of those rhythms.
And at some point in time, did you declare Dawson deceased?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall when that was?
I believe from my review of the records recently, it was at 1928.
In 1928, would that be 7:28 p.m.?
That's correct.
Thank you, doctor.
Mr. Reddington.
Good afternoon. You indicated that you observed what appeared to be older bruises to his legs, his lower
Yes.
legs, that like shin area? That
Yes.
And you also had an interosseous device, I think, is that what you said?
Yes, he did.
And that would require inserting a needle or something into the actual shin bone area?
Yes, into the tibia.
Thank you, sir. That's all I have.
All right. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
I'm also call Dr. Benjamin Kaufman.
Thank you, sir. You may take a seat.
All right. Good afternoon, doctor.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I'd like to just note the same objection.
Same ruling.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
It's Benjamin Kaufman, BenjaminKaufman.
And your date of birth, sir?
September 10th, 1984.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency medicine doctor.
How long have you been doing that?
About 12 years.
could you briefly describe for the jurors your educational and training background that qualifies you for that role?
Yeah, I went to Boston University for medical school, and then Kings County for residency training, and then Columbia for fellowship in global emergency medicine.
And where do you currently work?
Beth Israel in Plymouth.
And back in January of 2023, did you work there?
I did.
And specifically on January 24th, 2023, were you working that evening?
I was.
And while you were working that evening, did you treat a patient named Callan Clancy?
Yes, that was my patient.
And do you recall how he arrived at the hospital?
Yes, with the EMS, with CPR ongoing.
And is it typical that when EMS arrive with a patient, they give you kind of a summary or a rundown of the patient's condition?
It is.
And did they give you that rundown on Callan's condition?
They did. He, at the time, his heart had stopped and CPR was ongoing, and he was not breathing. He was receiving breaths via bag valve mask ventilation.
And what did you do in terms of treating Callan?
So as soon as he came in, basically we put in a breathing tube, and we were able to get an IV established. The first thing that we do is give a dose of epinephrine. And in this case, you can look directly at the heart with an ultrasound, and his heart started beating after we were able to give that dose. At that point, we continued compressions, continued giving him breaths through the breathing tube. And Plymouth Hospital does not have pediatrics or the ability to care for that level of pediatric patients. So we're on the phone with Boston Children's Hospital, making preparations basically to get him to the more definitive care.
And about how long into your care of Callan did he regain a heartbeat?
Probably from the time that he got to the ER, maybe like 10 minutes or so, I'm guessing.
At any point in time, did he regain the ability to breathe on his own while he was in your care?
No.
Did you do any examination or testing to determine Callan's brain function?
So at no point did he exhibit any brain function. I'm not like a neurologist, so we are not the definitive person, but in emergency medicine, there's a scale called the Glasgow Coma Scale, which is generally from 3 to 15. There's different variations for pediatrics, but he scored the lowest, which basically is you're in a coma or have no brain response during the entire time that he was in my care.
So on that scale, the 3 to 15, 15, would that be someone who's walking and talking and acting normally?
That's correct.
And a 3, is that someone with no brain function?
That is correct.
And you testified that Callan was at a 3 when you treated him?
At no time during his care did he have any brain function that was evident on my exam.
And at some point in time, was it decided to transfer his care to Boston Children's Hospital?
Yes, we were in contact with him basically immediately, and then he was flown by helicopter to Boston Children's Hospital, and the whole time the ICU doctors were on the phone reviewing the case and making recommendations.
And at any point in time, to your knowledge, from the time he entered the emergency department at Beth Israel Deaconess Plymouth until he arrived at Boston Children's Hospital, was he able to breathe on his own?
No.
Thank you, doctor.
All right, counsel.
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, doctor. Attorney Buckingham.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would call Melissa Archidepane.
Take a seat and watch your step, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Melissa Acadipane.
Can you spell your last name for the record?
Arcadipane.
And did you work for South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
And what was your role at South Shore Hospital?
My last role was a supervisor of the specimen processing department in the laboratory.
And do you still work in that role?
No.
Okay. Back in 2023, specifically January, were you in that role?
Yes.
And how long had you worked for, or have you worked for South Shore Hospital over the course of the years?
Over 20 years.
You said that you were the specimen processing supervisor?
Correct.
What are the general responsibilities for that role?
Overseeing the department where all of the specimens from within the hospital and even outside of the hospital will come in through that department to be received, checked, make sure they have orders, make sure they're collected in the correct tube.
And the laboratory at South Shore Hospital is responsible for processing blood samples, urine samples that come from other areas of the hospital, correct?
Correct.
So can you just generally tell us how a blood or urine sample would come from the emergency department at South Shore Hospital to the laboratory?
So in most cases, blood sample or urine will come through a pneumatic tube system from the emergency room. They'll put it in a tube, hit a button, and it will come over to the lab, which is what's across the street. And we would take it out of that canister and process it at that point.
And the specimens that are collected in a place like the emergency department are done by a nurse or technician who takes the samples, puts them in the appropriate vial or tube, and labels them, correct?
Correct.
And so when they come to you through that pneumatic system, what does your laboratory do with the samples?
Well, we check the sample, make sure it's labeled, make sure it's in the correct tube, and then we would process it.
And traditionally, would your laboratory receive several samples, meaning several vials of blood or urine from one patient?
They could, yes.
And as far as the orders for testing, you at the laboratory would only run particular tests that are ordered by a physician, correct?
Correct.
Does that usually consume the whole sample that you receive from the emergency department?
Not always, no.
And so would it be a common procedure that samples from a particular patient would be retained in case additional testing needed to be done?
Yes.
And working in the lab as the specimen processing supervisor, are you familiar with what is referred to as a preservation notice?
I am.
What do you know that to be?
So that is a notice that we would receive from a law enforcement agency asking us to hold specific samples for a particular patient.
And what would your laboratory do when you receive a preservation notice for a particular patient?
So the samples would be pulled aside, they would be put in a specimen bag. A copy of that preservation notice gets put in the bag with the samples, and it is put in a separate bin within the specimen refrigerator.
And the specimen refrigerator, is that a place that specimens are stored until they're either used or discarded?
Correct.
And does that preserve the specimen?
Meaning they need to be refrigerated. So, but we separate those specimens that potentially could be needed elsewhere into a separate spot so that they don't get discarded.
Now, were you aware that a preservation notice had been served on South Shore Hospital for the blood and urine of Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023?
I was.
And were those samples of blood and urine collected in the same manner you just described and put in a separate bin?
Yes.
And on January 31st, 2023, did you have the opportunity to interact with a trooper from the Massachusetts State Police?
I did.
And what was that interaction? Can you describe it to us?
He came with a warrant to collect the specimens.
And so did you collect the specimens that were labeled for Lindsay Clancy?
I did. Somebody had already put them in that bin in a bag, so I just went to the bin, retrieved them, made sure they were hers, and gave them to the officer.
And in fact, you handed over 6 vials of blood and 1 vial of urine to the trooper on that day, correct?
I don't remember the exact samples or sample type that I handed over, but I do know that I gave him samples.
Okay. And as far as your memory, you recall that you double checked the ID label on the items to make sure that they belong to Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Definitely.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you.
All right. Counsel.
No questions, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, the Commonwealth would move to submit the certified medical records from Beth Israel Deaconess in Plymouth for Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy in one binder.
No objection.
All right, they may be admitted.
You could approach sidebar.
Yes.
Thanks so much for being here, everyone. We are on another sidebar, but when they take their longer break, we will finish that episode we were watching earlier from Chris Cuomo. I think there was about 20 minutes left on that, so we'll be able to get through that. Please remember to like and subscribe. Thank you for being here.
This is the jury. In talking to counsel, we are going to break for today. All right. What I was talking about over here is in regards to the schedule where we are. We are, if not on schedule, at a schedule. All right. And much of it is because of the work when you're not here. Counsel is going over some of the exhibits and some of that, and that's part of some of these breaks, at least for you. All right, so I just kind of want to let you know that's what's going on. So I'm gonna excuse you. I know it's been a long week anyway. So we're gonna take a break till Monday. All right, and on Monday the schedule anticipation will start about 9, maybe a little bit later than that. But I ask you to be here ready to go at 9. There's some matters I may have to talk to counsel, so it might give it a little bit late start for you on Monday. And then the anticipations will go most of the day. All right. Like I said, we are well on schedule, if not ahead. What I want to remind you now, which you know I'm going to remind you, that you're going to be not here for a couple of days. It's very important. You've heard some of the evidence. You haven't heard all of the evidence. All right. You haven't heard the law that you will apply to this. So you have to keep an open mind. And the best way to do that is don't talk about this with anyone. Don't do any research. Don't watch anything. If something comes on, turn it off. And just like I said, if you're talking to somebody, brings it up, blame me. All right. The judge said I am not to talk about it. I'm not to listen to anybody talking about this and shut them down right away. I appreciate all the work that you've put in here so far. I look forward to seeing you on Monday. I hope you have a nice weekend, and we'll see you there. All right, thank you.
Court, all right. Sure, close your notebooks, please. Place them on the chairs. All right.
how could you do this? I don't understand. How could you do this? I don't understand. I said that over and over and over again. And then it kind of clicked. I was like, oh yeah, there is this thing. There is this thing.
How he came to see Andrea Yates and why it happened the way he did, and what it means to him today when he sees this case. Rusty, thank you. It's good to see you again.
Thank you for having me on.
When you first learned about this case, how did it impact you?
Well, I mean, my perspective is a little different. I think this has happened sporadically for a while. You know, there's a case here, a case there. I mean, I had people contact me who'd lost loved ones before this happened in our family, you know, and it's kind of like getting struck by lightning. It's like not a
common occurrence.
Not that common, but it happens, you know. So as far as surviving, I think that's a good word, surviving. It's and I think we're all a little bit different, you know, like some people, you know, fundamentally we're gonna handle and process loss differently, you know. So I try to withhold judgment of people who respond differently than I do, recognizing that we're all a little different. You know, I see things differently than most, and other people see things differently than I do. That's just part of being human. So
how did you come to understand what had happened to your children and why it happened?
That's a good question. Really, it was from almost the beginning, because when the tragedy occurred and I was sitting outside the house crying, kind of going between crying and I would say, how could you do this? I don't understand. How could you do this? I don't understand. I said that over and over and over again. And then it kind of clicked. I was like, oh yeah, there is this thing. There is this thing where women can unexpectedly kind of snap, or whatever you want to call it, and harm themselves or others. And my heart just sunk, you know, because I'm like, wow, that I knew that could happen. And I actually knew it was called psychosis. I think what I didn't realize is that what that looks like. You know, I saw it like, okay, you know, someone, you know, strips their clothes off, runs down the street and calls themselves Jesus or something, right? That's psychosis. It isn't kind of quietly trying to stay composed while dealing with all these crazy thoughts. You know, what your guest said earlier, I think is exactly true. The way I understand it is, it's very much like having a dream overlaid on your reality, like elements of a dream overlaid on your reality, so that you can't really tell what's real and what's not. So if they see spiders on the wall and slap the wall, to us, that wouldn't seem quite appropriate, right? Because they're just slapping a wall, but they literally saw spiders. I mean, it's actually activating the vision part of the brain. It's like, it's every bit as real to them as the rest of the world.
So So Rusty, giving the people who aren't as familiar with your situation some context. Andrea Yates was not new to mental illness. She had a history of mental illness and multiple hospitalizations and different attempts. How did you rationalize what was going on with her and what it meant for her being around the kids?
Oh, at that time, yeah. Well, my understanding was she'd been depressed. She had postpartum depression, which, and she had in 2 years prior, after Luke was born, she had thoughts of suicide, right, during that time. Never in the course of time did she have any thoughts of harming our children, or at least that was never captured or stated or anything like that. As far as how she appeared, it was kind of like someone who's trying to compose themselves. She did have moments like your guest said earlier, where she kind of waxed and waned, where sometimes she was really kind of in a catatonic state. She might have been shaking, picking at her hair, stuff like that. But then other times she was more conversant, more functional. And so I think that was another tricky thing about understanding where she was at. It was a moving target. It wasn't a constant for months. It was kind of like, all right, how is she today? And honestly, it's a lot the same today. When I call her or visit her, it's, which Andrea am I getting today? It's kind of sad.
But no version of Andrea in your experience had been one that you ever considered a danger to your kids.
Exactly. No, in fact, it was completely the opposite, because she's such a loving, giving, caring person. If they ever scraped their knee, they weren't running to me, they were running to her, because she dote on them and hold them and put a Band-Aid on it, even if there was no scar, So, whereas I might say, hey, I don't see any blood, get back after it, So, that was her though. And so kind of what you said earlier, it's the person in the world that you trust most. And I think that's one of the hardest things to deal with, that level of betrayal. Because you ever want to put yourself in that position again, where you could trust somebody to that degree, where you might be betrayed again.
So the decision to testify on her behalf for the defense in the trial, how hard was that?
It was an easy decision. I was going to do what I could to help her. I think while I was on the stand, I just shook my head, because I thought this whole thing is kind of like what you alluded to earlier. It's a complete waste of time. It's like, it's cruel, it's wasteful, it makes absolutely zero sense. And, through the years, I've kind of come to realize that what we have is a legal system, not a justice system. And if we treat it like that, then it makes sense. Then it's like, okay, maybe it tries to find justice occasionally, but really it's a legal system.
It's interesting. Yes, that distinction is drawn and is fair a lot. It's certainly imperfect. It certainly is imperfect. Let's just leave it at that. The interesting pushback to your assessment of this being an ineffective use of resources and emotion, the usual pushback is, oh yeah, say that to Rusty Yates. Say that to the father of those kids. And now see, but you are the father of those kids. And
exactly.
You're saying it. So how did you get over your sense of loss and pain and enable yourself to see it differently?
I don't think those are really the same thing, getting over loss and pain. And I think that's what people can get confused, that, hey, if you support Andrea, then you don't really care. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. I think it's been 25 years and I'm still, I'd say pretty close to getting back to where I was before the loss. I mean, it's devastating, and it isn't just the kids. It's Andrea. You know, it's not always easy to find a good partner, and she and I really were good together. And also hopes and dreams. You know, you have a vision for where your life's going to go, how you're going to live it out. That's gone all in one day, right? So I treat those sort of as separate. My support of Andrea stems from, it's really pretty simple. It's the analogy I give of, okay, say I'm driving the kids along in our Suburban, I have a heart attack and swerve into oncoming traffic and everyone dies but me. You know, what on earth good would it do to prosecute me? It would make zero sense. It wouldn't serve as a deterrent. It wouldn't serve as justice. It wouldn't serve as anything. That's kind of how I view Andrea's case. She got sick. You know, if it wasn't for her sickness, right, this would never have happened. And so I don't even see how it's possible, or, you know, to try to blame someone like her or you know, or like Miss Clancy, who, you know, if they have an upstanding record, even their own family saying, look, this is completely out of character for them. But you know what, if you said that, you said it several times earlier, I found it fascinating, because if you say, hey, who thinks that someone who does something like this is necessarily insane, you'd be excluded from the jury. You wouldn't even be on the jury. That question was asked to the jury panels in the first trial, and they were all excluded. Everyone who said, hey, yeah, any mother who does this is crazy is not on the jury.
So, so you're already dealing with people who are open in a way that common sense, you know, may not favor. But so there are two trials in the Yates situation, and a lot of the factors line up very closely to the Lindsay Clancy situation. Yeah. And what was it like for you? You testified in the first one, you didn't testify in the second one, but someone did testify in the second, who I know pretty well, named Dr. Michael Wellner. And Wellner, of course, realized that the mother of your children was mentally ill, and she was mentally ill at the time. But the legal standard in Texas was, but did she know that what she was doing was intended to kill the children? Why she did it is not the test, or wasn't the test at that time. What was it like for you? What was it like for you to watch him testify? And, you know, to know that he was saying, but she knew, Rusty, she knew what she did was wrong when she did it. That's why she waited for you to leave. You know, that's why she did it the way she did. She knew. Even if she's sick, it's still bad. What did you think of that?
The other state expert testified that, she heard voices, but she heard Satan's voice, so she knew it was wrong.
Right.
Like if she heard God's voice, oh no, that's fine. Yeah. I'm like, really? That's where it comes back to legal versus justice. It's illegal.
Right. Now the prosecution lost. They lost that case. You know, but the feeling of, like, you know, you testify, you say, look, this isn't Andrea. But the idea of, well, then what do you do? What do you do? Legal system, justice system. If she's not guilty, as far as you're concerned, because it's not her, so it is what it is. It's the heart attack. Did you believe that she should have just been set free?
A hospital, you know, was right. And what's interesting, having seen this firsthand, you know, when we were seeking treatment for her, when she was in inpatient care, you know, the standard for release was super low. I mean, she was still way out of it when they sent her home. And, maybe a change of scenery will help her. That's what Dr. Saeed said, you know, and I'm like, well, that doesn't make any medical sense to me at all. But what are you going to do? I can't, as a family member, I can't prescribe medication. I can't admit Andrea to a hospital. You know, I'm following the doctor. I'm seeing the doctor, following the doctor's orders. Anytime I'd ask a question, he'd turn and look at his plaque on the wall. You know, hey, I'm the doctor. You're nobody. You know, so we did our best in that framework, in the framework we have for medical treatment.
You stayed married. This happened in 1999. You stayed married until 2004, 2005. Why?
Well, the tragedy was in 2001.
2001.
Yeah.
1999, she had some postpartum issues. 2001 is when the kids were killed. I'm sorry. But you stayed married for a few years. Why?
Well, I think a variety of things. I think I'd always seen Andrea and me together. I didn't see us, ever apart. I thought it was kind of like a given in our relationship. I really think for both of us. And, but this was a huge betrayal of trust. So it took me a long time to kind of process that and get to the point where I could understand the difference between forgiveness and consequences. I used to think, okay, you forgive somebody, then everything's back to the way it was. No, it's like somebody steals silverware from your house. You don't have to invite them back to dinner. You may understand they needed the money for food themselves or something and forgive them, but you may not want to put yourself in that situation again. So when I realized that, I thought, whatever happens, whether she's in a state hospital, whether she's released, whatever it is, I couldn't see myself sharing a home with her again, because I couldn't trust her. She'd not tipped her hand at all. She had these thoughts and just kept them to herself. Every time I'd see her, I'd think, well, what's she keeping to herself now? What's going to happen tonight when I go to sleep? I don't know, So
in the first trial, just to remind people, she was found guilty of capital murder. They didn't seek the death penalty. She went away to prison, fairly limited treatment. Because of this weird off-topic development, which was one of the state's experts said something really stupid to the jury about a TV episode of Law and Order and what that taught us about this kind of situation. And on appeal, the bench found that was really stupid and prejudicial and overturned it, declared a new trial, and she was found not guilty, which I always thought spoke a little bit to an evolution in our understanding of what this was and what this wasn't, even in Texas. And how do you think she is today? Are you in any kind of contact? Do you know?
Well, yes, I am. And I would say that, as far as that bar, for release from a hospital, she was past that within a year. She was better than she'd been in the hospital within a year of the tragedy. I think they did keep her pretty heavily medicated through the trials, which I think is a blessing, right? And I think that's been the only respect where things have been a little harder for me than they have been for her, because, I take the full brunt of it, whereas hers is muted by her medications. But through the years, she has relapsed. I mean, they took her off antipsychotic medicine maybe 3 times total, and every single time she relapsed. But I would say for the past, 10 years or so, she's been pretty stable. And I think at this point, her being in a hospital, I personally would like to see her released so that she could do simple things like go to a restaurant or go shopping or go swimming or something she enjoys. But at the same time, she's a pretty private person, and I think she enjoys the level of protection she gets from the hospital. Not just anyone can walk in and visit her or see her or comment. And I think she worries that if she was released, how would the public receive her? And so, like I said, I have my own personal preference. I've tried to encourage her along those lines through the years, but I totally respect that position because given all that, it's understandable, that she might even not want to be free herself.
What would you say to Patrick, the father and husband in the Lindsay Clancy case?
Wow. I thought about that. I think it's a super hard row. Stick with what you know. You know her. You know what she's like. I think that's got to be behind a lot of the support that you're giving her now. I would say look out for yourself too. Think about taking time to grieve, taking time for yourself, just surviving. And, you can decide, over time where you want to go in your relationship, with her. It took me a lot of years to reconcile that in my head. And I'm happy with my decision, but it's not for everyone. Some people are like, hey, I'm sticking this out, thick or thin, better or worse. This is definitely worse. So if that's what you want, do it. If you see, hey, like I came to the conclusion that I couldn't trust her again, and that's not ideal either. So I said, well, I'm out. But everybody's different. And so I'd encourage you to stick to your guns, go with what you know, and don't be afraid,
Did you think that society had evolved more, that even somewhere in the Northeast is putting a woman like this on trial?
I think that honestly surprised me when I read up on this case, that this is happening in Massachusetts, which I consider to be one of the more progressive states in our country. Texas is not so surprising. When this happened, there was zero talk about not guilty by reason of insanity.
Right.
The radio shows, the prosecution, everyone's like, was this death or life in prison? That was the choice. It wasn't, life in prison or not guilty by reason of insanity. I'm happy with the fact that I stood up for Andrea, and I think the fact that I've been so consistent. No one has been more affected by this than I have in Andrea. But yet I'll still stand up for her because I know who she is. I understand this was only a product of her illness. It's sad. It's tragic. It's so hurtful. It's been 25 years of hurt, but it doesn't mean we can't go on and live. And it doesn't mean that we're getting it right. I know it's not easy because you start handing these out and pretty soon everyone's saying, hey, I'm insane too. That doesn't work.
Right.
So I think it's going to be tough until we get, okay, here's a definitive blood test, that says, yeah, she was out of her mind, because if it's behavioral,
it's a tricky thing, especially in a culture that is punitive by nature, that is dismissive of mental health and suspicious of it. And we still call most people, you got kidney disease, we talk about kidneys. You got diabetes, we talk about diabetes. You got any kind of mental illness, we call you crazy. So we're evolving, but we got a long way to go. Rusty Yates,
100%.
I appreciate your perspective. And
Thank you so much for watching, and we will catch up with this on Monday. Thank you, everyone. Bye.